shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them, but who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PMSL will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2, still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on a team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย Untuk bicara Nen, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA มอแมนครับเพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim yang kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk Ryan lah. Dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia. Dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KN ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last-last ni, diorang punya meta yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับ เพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับ อาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Bung akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama glue.
Good afternoon, PUBG Mobile people. I'm your host, Aldoji, and welcome back to week number 2 of the 2025 PMSL SEA Summer League stage. Teams will reset and battle once again for points to qualify for the Super Weekend. And join with me right now, RRQ Genfos and also Junks, to have a little chit-chat before we are going to the game number 1, which is Sanhok. So, Genfos, Junks, how do you do?
Yeah, I'm good. Baik.
All right, then the first question, right? For it, RRQ Ryu didn't have a strong week 1, failing to qualify for the Super Weekend. Did the team take time to review those matches together? And what were the key issues you identified?
Oke, di minggu pertama RRQ Rio itu nggak lolos ke Super Weekend dan ini ya tidak baiklah tidak menguntungkan buat RRQ. Adakah di waktu libur itu kamu melakukan review dan udah nemu apa punca utama yang bikin kalian nggak lolos ke Super Weekend?
Di waktu libur tentu saja kita memanfaatkan waktu karena memang week pertama kita bermain sangat-sangat tidak layak ya untuk menuju ke Super Weekend. Cuman di week kedua ini insya Allah kita bakal ngasihkan ke semua orang, bakalan lolos ke Super Weekend untuk week 2 ini. Untuk kemarin sih permasalahannya adalah kita belum terbiasa aja sih. Jadi adaptasi kita tuh terlalu lama lah dari tim-tim lainnya. Maka kita bisa bermain jelek seperti itulah.
Okay, of course, for the past few days, we do a lot of review, and then for this week too, basically we want to do our best in order for us to qualify to the Super Weekend. I mean, the key factor why we don't really play that good in week 1 is because of we are too slow to adapt with the lobby compared to the other team. That's why we play really bad.
About the adaptation, so I think we need to be more specific. The second question, how did the team reset and prepare between weeks coming into the week number 2?
Jadi gimana RRQ itu ngereset ataupun nge-prepare lah buat minggu kedua ini?
Intinya kita masih optimis sih bakalan ke final, karena kalau misalnya optimisnya udah hilang, semangat kita udah hilang, pasti week 2 ini bakal jelek juga kan. Jadi kita bakalan tetap bermain seperti biasa, layaknya RRQ biasa. Kita insya Allah bakal lolos ke Super Weekend dan menuju ke final.
Okay, first of all, of course, we are very optimistic. We confident that we're gonna qualify to the Super Weekend and Grand Final as well. It's because of, I believe, if we lose our confidence right now, that we are thinking we cannot qualify to the Super Weekend, or even though in final we're not gonna make it. So I think that's the mindset that we need to put in our mind right now.
I really like it, but the mindset, the optimistic coming from the players, because the last week, right, for the grand final is really important. And the next one is about the addition, the new one, which is Hans for you, for the team. What has he brought to the table so far?
Jadi dengan kemasukan Hans for you itu, apa yang dibawa lah dari dia ke tim? Apa yang dia kontribusi gitu? Bisa ceritain sedikit?
Yang dibawa dari dia yaitu semangat baru, dan ya dia bisa ngasih input yang udah dia dapat dari tim sebelumnya lah ke tim sekarang. Jadi menurut gua Hans lumayan membantu untuk sekarang sih.
Yeah, of course, for Hans for you, it's very helpful for us. Basically, he just bring whatever experience that he had with the previous teams to our team right now, and I feel like very positive vibe coming towards him. So yeah, that's one of the reason why we're taking Hans for you.
Okay, that's for Hans for you. And I think we are going to recall a little bit about RRQ, the previous season. In the last spring split week number 2, RRQ finished first place in the Super Week and Week 2 by winning the Smash Rule. Are we going to see the same version of RRQ this week?
Oke, jadi season kemarin itu sempat RRQ menjadi juara 1 di minggu kedua dengan berhasil mendapatkan WWCD menggunakan Smash Rule. Adakah kita bisa melihat kembali lah RRQ yang sama seperti season lalu di minggu kedua ini?
Ya, yang tadi gue bilang, kita bakalan optimis di Super Weekend yang kedua ini atau Liga minggu kedua ini. Kita bakal ngasihkan apa yang kita tampilkan di sebelumnya, dan kita insya Allah sangat-sangat yakin kita bakal menuju ke final untuk minggu kedua ini.
Okay, as I said before, basically, yeah, we are very confident, we are very optimistic. Like, we are very optimistic that we can perform really well. We are confident with our gameplay. We're just gonna show to everyone that we are ready for Super Weekend and Grand Final as well.
Love it, and I think Kingdoms, especially out there, wait for you guys to perform far better than the previous week. So that way, thank you so much, Genfos. Thank you so much, Junks. I do not want to hold you guys too long in here, because we want to see the action, the competition, the tense level from the players. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile people out there, we are going to the casters. So casters, take it away.
We want to see it. You want to see the action, the competition. We are in week number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And we're here back with you at the desk. My name is CelcomDigi, together with my wonderful buddy here.
Oh.
Welcome back to the PMSL. Juju, how you feeling?
Super excited. This season, I feel like one of the anticipated season for me. There's so many new things coming up. I was a bit disappointed not looking at Rondo for this season still, but we don't know, the map is still in progress of the making an esports version, right? But when it comes to last week, Cloud, I mean, you have to fill me in. I mean, last week I wasn't here, so there's so many unprecedented coming up from the teams. There's a change of roster here and there. There's some rivalry and drama going on. What happened last week?
Well, one of the surprises that happened last week was like what Genforce mentioned, right? RRQ did not make it into the first Super Weekend. And I think to the surprise of many as well, Team Secret also did not make it into the first Super Weekend. So those two are the highlight teams that did not make it. And we all know that the format this season is that you only have 2 Super Weekends. You don't make it to the first one, you don't make it to the second one, you're out. And these teams, they are still in it for the total prize pool of $200,000.
Make it or break it time when it comes to week number 2 here. But I think the format when it comes to the point system is still the same. We're down to the second week, starting from 11th of June. My mom's birthday, by the way. 11th June until the 15th of June, which is going to be dragging into the grand finals next week. It feels like the league's getting shorter and shorter and more high intensity for the players when it comes across all the seasons since like years ago.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Mama Chuchu.
Yo.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
now
birthday,
hundreds of millions of
Mama.
people know your mama's birthday. But 100 million people out there will need to know the format as well. This is the week 2 of the group stages and also the last chance to be in the Super Weekend, especially for teams who did not make it. So it will be a hunt here for the teams that will be divided into Group A, B, and C. But for today, we're going to focus on the A and C.
Yeah, so we don't have Alter Ego, BTR, 79, Homeboys, FaZe Clan. All the Group B will not be participating. So stop with the question, where is this team? Where is that team? You know they're not playing for a good reason. So Group A versus C. Now, we do have new rookie teams this season. And the fact that these Xaviers won last spring season as their champion, which brings in an extra slot for the side of Vietnam team, because usually there's going to be 4 slots, right, from Vietnam region. But this time we're going to look at 5 slots. This is what I'm looking forward for, because we don't see a lot of new Vietnam play when it comes to PMSL in a very long time.
Yeah, I would like to see some new blood, right? Because of how the Xavier, they have been recruiting the best of the best players in Vietnam in their lineup. I mean, that's what makes them the best team also out there, right? But speaking about the best team, so after the first Super Weekend, the best team itself is also the best team in Thailand. Vampire Esports, they smashed it at game number 5, bringing home a total of 15 points from the Super Weekend rankings, the maximum that anybody can get in a Super Weekend.
I mean, Vampire, we do see the Kaching is getting bigger. They always pops their name up there. We've talked about this before with them and their team coach. I mean, that's what motivates them. Why not? But at the same time, there are teams that didn't make it through for the first Super Weekend or last week's Smasher Weekend, where NWE, Homeboys, AXP, SK, ETN, GLUBLUG, RRQ, Team Secret, they have to fight their life. They really, literally have to fight for their slot and their points for this season, because we talked about this week is going to be the last week they have another shot to get into the grand finals.
And in case you missed out on last week's Super Weekend, are you not surprised to see BTR at number 16? I believe a lot of people out there would be as well. I mean, this is an S-tier team with an S-tier lineup, but to end the Super Weekend at number 16. Now, if you only got 1 point in the first Super Weekend, you must still enter this week's Super Weekend. If not, yeah.
And it's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be tough, and we are not surprised if the teams and roster didn't make it through this season. We'll have to reshuffle the roster again. But at least we're not shuffling when it comes to our schedule and our map for the entirety of our week 2. Sanhok, Triple Erangel, and Double Miramar. I think we might anticipate Rondo going to join in very soon, but I don't know how soon it will be. But when it comes to Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar still in the fray as our top maps right now. This is the time where the teams that love this map really want to play as much as they can, because we don't know when is Rondo coming in as addition, and will any of these maps will be taken now, especially Sanhok. Kind of shaky right there.
Yeah, though I personally do like Sanhok as a viewer, but I can understand why the teams, they don't really like Sanhok. You know, it's very circle dependent. And yeah, basically it's mostly about that. So they don't really like that. But anyway, I do agree with you. I really would love to see Rondo coming into the professional scene or the esports scene of PUBG Mobile soon. But you know what else I like to see? I love to see all these teams play coming soon at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
Yep, it's coming up within the month of July. Now is June, between July and August. There's going to be 2 months long, and there's so many series of games going to be there, including PUBG Mobile. So you guys don't want to miss it, because this is where the biggest, I think one of the biggest prize pool in PUBG Mobile tournament will be during the EWC or the Esports World Cup. So it's super important for the team to really make themselves eligible this season. So much at stake here.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to miss out on that one, especially for Vampire Esports, who won 2 times PMWI. They are rolling in the ka-ching, like what you said. But it has been like, 1 year since they last won at that kind of tournament. So maybe their bank account is almost depleted and they'll be like, hey, you know what? It's time to top up some money in a bank account. But you guys need to top up on a new phone as well. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us in the PMSL Summer 2025 this season. And you know what? The Techno Pova 7 series it does have an innovative design, and it comes with an ultimate performance. The Pova 7 Ultra 5G, which is this phone right here, and also the phone that will be used by the players, will help you win the battleground with ease.
It'd be cooler for us to actually physically handing those Pova 7 series in our hands, by the way. Maybe we just manifest and imagine it. Okay, maybe one day, Cloud, one day. But there's 2 colors available right now. You can see a bit of dark gray with a white one. I mean, I always prefer white, but the fingerprints, or when you smudge it with something else, it's going to be really dirty looking. But I don't think they actually have those issues these days with so much high-tech, I would say, outer coat of phones these days. Really hard to get smudged. And also it means that probably when it comes to the screen time and also the touch screen itself, it's more comfortable. I like it so square. It really sits well in your palm when you actually play like FPS game. Now, speaking of feeling comfortable with their games here, which team seems to be very comfortable with their current condition for all 16 teams playing here today?
Well, I think if we talk about comfort, clearly Vampire Esports, because they smashed it. During the Super Weekend, they performed very well, and the day where they smashed it, they scored like 3 chicken dinners out of the out of 5 games that was played that day. I mean, they're like super comfortable right now with the lineup, but I'm going to keep them in my pocket for now. I see that you do have the top team Vampire Esports up there. Want to tell us more about it?
I like the fact they change it. Instead of doing it prediction, it's team to focus. We can talk about the teams like really based on our analytical view. Now, this is the comparison between the best team out there right now and the middle team, and also the team that's not performing at all. But hey, for me, like we heard about the Gem Force RRQ side interview just now, he just mentioned that they are still adapting towards this lobby because there's rookie players coming in, there's new teams coming up. It means the dynamic, the flow of the game itself is totally changing, making a ripple and making even a tsunami for the players right now to have a change of a flow. So I feel like CelcomDigi Esports, despite there being a new player or a new blood in the scene here right now, you know what? It might be a bit harsh for first week for them, but maybe they adjusted themselves. But if they actually do, it's going to be a big game changer for the teams out there. A bit of a wake-up call, that a new blood coming in and might just wipe all these Titans over. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, and just like any other, and just like any game, right? Like we always say that, if at the beginning we don't do well, it's like it's warm-up round. So let's take week 1 as warm-up. It's not the end of the world yet for teams like CelcomDigi Esports and some of the other teams as well, including TODAK, who only scored also 1 point during last week's Super Weekend. So it's also a must-join mission for them to come into this Super Weekend as well. So I do hope to see like what you mentioned earlier on, like some of the new up and rising players to be able to bring an impact into the PMSL. I remember last season, right? Mr. Joe, though unfortunately he's not playing in PMSL this season, but that kind of like a new name, new player at the international stage to be able to come up and put in an entertaining performance for all of us is something that I truly look forward to.
Yeah, and also I'm looking for Hans for you that happened to fight against Alter Ego. We always have this question in our mind whenever a team letting go one of their key players and one of the well-known players that have been in their rise and during their fall as well. To be letting go a wrong play into another team's hand is always another question that will sink into their hearts. Did they regret letting go of that play or not, right? And it's kind of, I'm curious about how RRQ can bring forth their performance. And I love the question coming up from Eldogi, talking about can they perform the same lineup, or at least the same performance? Is the lineup is not the same for RRQ anymore? Is it going to be this at least the same standard or way better? Because there's no way you can go, if you're going the other way around, that's total bad news, man.
Yeah, the same question goes for like Frenzy going to TODAK, right? So Frenzy used to be from Boom Esports, multiple championship winning player. And when the announcement came like, oh, Boom Esports let go of Frenzy, I'm like, huh? What? Frenzy? Why? And then it went to TODAK. And of course, if we compare like TODAK's performance as compared to last season, there's a bit of a improvement for TODAK. And I believe one of the catalysts was Frenzy joining TODAK and giving them that boost. So does he truly miss Boom? Well, maybe not, depending on how you look at it, because we're still only at week 1. Things may change in week 2. Things may change in the grand finals. So a lot of things that we really need to fill the gap with.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to all the other teams, a lot of them seems to be bringing themselves in a new organization or new team, but we do know the players are veteran themselves. But I want to stick my nose more into the teams that's almost entirely new, like CKHOI. I mean, CKHOI, the only one that we actually know about is going to be Silence. So all of them, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the other players actually quite brand new here. We don't really see them too often.
Yeah, super new. They have not made their debut yet in the professional scene, so this is their first time. And Silence, of course, he's the senior player for the team. They qualified through PMNC Vietnam. And Silence used to play for teams like Roy Esports before this, even BN United. So he has been around the professional scene for quite a while. So imagine this, right? Like, you're the big brother of the team. To a certain extent, you have that responsibility of helping your newer players, the younger players, to be successful, to hopefully gain something out of this PMSL. That's a lot of things to shoulder for Silence.
Yeah, and that's quite an overwhelming position for him as well, because the same goes for ETN Esports Gaming, hailing from the Thai region. Now for M16, he's been in the scene for quite some time. For all the other players like Dino, EarthQ, I don't know if EarthQ and SE is somehow related or not. Have you ever thought of that? Because sometimes, you know what? The players love to change a bit of their name and coming up with a new IGN or something that's completely not popping up in any of the links before, and it's actually the same player. I don't know if they're tricking us in that way or not. Hopefully that's not going to be the case though.
You know that one player that I want to blame for doing that is Mela. Like nowadays he used the name Meola. And I'm like, okay, dude, you're probably into cats, okay? You're probably into cats, which I totally respect. But come on, man. The name Mela works. I like it. We'll still stick to calling him Mela than Meowla, right? Like, no, not Meowla. Mela, please.
Yes, Mela. I guess everybody know his legacy name is Mela. No matter how much he try to change himself, it's not doable. But also, I'm looking for let me recheck the group here. For FaZe Clan, they're not playing here, so they're going to be playing tomorrow. I'm looking for FaZe Clan performance for tomorrow as well, because I do notice like last season FaZe Clan, we can see a bit of, increase of performance. But with Red Bull coming in and, sometimes the players that seems to be used to play with these very elite lineup, like you mentioned about BTR, but the moment they start to scatter themselves and rebuild from scratch, they actually make a better team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like picking up some players from Austria, Thailand before this, like Red Bull, Mr. MVP. It's a great transfer for FaZe Clan. Of course, we'll be seeing them tomorrow, so don't ask whether FaZe Clan will be playing, ladies and gentlemen. Last, who will get the chicken dinner in Game 1?
As the warm-up map of Sanhok, you guys know it's going to be a warm-up map because it's going to be super short, sweet, and very high intensity when it comes to the smallest map of them all. Week 2, day 1. Who will take the lead and set the tone for the entirety of the week, starting off with our first map here?
Oh yeah, and the fact that we shuffled the groups for week number 2, right, based on week 1's performance. So this will be a challenge for the teams to readapt to each other on like, oh, how is everyone going to play with this group? And we are also going to like switch up the groups like tomorrow and the day after. So the fact that we only play one Sanhok, there's only one chance for them to get everything right in this Sanhok match. And we're going to see an early fight here in Hardin involving New Era.
New Era, the new names that's rising up these days, but we might actually have to look at in slightly a bit later because we can see they are kind of mark their territory between these two teams, picking out each other's position. They know for a fact that both teams have already respected their boundaries, but I'm looking for SK to butt into this business too, because right now on the map on top of the northern side, KHOI, EA, and Boom seems to be in a very tight spot as well.
Oh, you mentioned about Boom. Immediately, Yummy goes down to the hands of Warman from eArena. First blood secured for eArena, and they're looking for their second blood. They got Octa from Boom. Long range, Doc, Octa. Teammates nowhere to be found. Easily, eArena is going to pick up point number 2.
Oh. Hit and miss time. I mean, when it comes to Hot Drop himself, the northern side just now, bit scattered apart between themselves for their teammates, but quite too close when it comes to their enemies. eArena, we can see and feel that they are prepared to take the fight way early on about how aggressive they were trying to find those victims across their crosshair just now. But for side of Boom, what do you think of the current Boom, really?
At first, I was like, oh, why do you let go of Frenzy? But then again, they proved me wrong. Last week's Super Weekend, they did fairly well. Collected 8 points, so that's pretty decent. Number 4, that is. But that's okay. But the fact of the matter is that can they remain consistent or not? That will be the other question, right? Looking at game number 1 here, and this is the only Sanhok that will be played with this group. Well, 2 players. I worry that they won't be able to get much out of this. But overall, I am looking forward to seeing Boom's performance this season. Do we get the best of a Yummy like before? Not yet. So there's still some room for them to improve.
At least I give Boom credit for this season. They are the most consistent, keeping their lineup last season and this season. You have to give it to them because the last year's Boom, was it last year or last 2 years, that we saw they been changing a lot of their players so much. So this is actually a good sign. They kind of find the stability between the players, not having too much of swap of players when it comes to this year's season. So it's all about just adjusting and polishing their strategy and their rotation, their navigation through the maps. And I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they brought in Misery, which I thought was a good addition to Boom, who used to, before this, play with TALON, and he has been bringing in that level of experience that Boom needs in order for them to adapt into the lineup. And Misery, of course, not only comes in with the experience for himself as a player, he comes in as the IGL as well. So that's probably the formula that Boom Esports have been missing from last season. They don't really have good in-game leadership, but with Misery, and he's still in the game by the way, we see a overall better improvement for Boom. And coming back onto the Hardin fight, looks like it will start right now.
There goes NWE, New Era. Wix Taking a one on, taking a second one. That's a nice jump just now with an AUG. Finish things off. It was a clean execution by Wix. Not even a second of hesitance. But unfortunately, no fall seems to be falling himself down.
Yeah, no fall, don't fall like that, you know. I like it for him, his other teammates can pick him up, not going to be a problem. But for RRQ, okay, after that interview, looks like they're fired up right now. They're winning this fight against Xavier. Lamborghini's out, Persian's out, Xavier 2 players, Napeko spraying from afar, not able to get an extra one. But TODAK 9 got Asa from afar and will eliminate Asa, RRQ. They were caught off guard by TODAK.
Pickle. Oh, nowhere to run, no hide. Find himself indoors. Back to the side of SK. Shen is on the ground bleeding out. Unfortunately, they were just winning that fight just now. Being forced to isolate themselves between the players. Boom is zoning out all the players and scattered the formation, making it so difficult for them to regroup once more. Now we're back to the side of Boom. Here comes Nate. He's cooking it up. With only 2 players left, this is quite a bold move coming from Boom, really.
Well, bold move to try to secure as many points as possible. Now that they have only 2 players, whatever points that they can get, they will take it. As Mastery, aka Misery, now trying to secure this one elimination point, but not able to get a good clear shot yet. And here comes Bonbit as well from the other side. Now the other members of SK now on this high ground means that the POM eSports cannot be too complacent in accidentally showing themselves.
Oh, I think they want people to actually see them right now. Because they want to give, you know, sometimes when you lack of manpower, you want to give a different and bluff it up against your opponents, showing that, hey, we're not too. Because when you're running, it shows that you are lacking in terms of firepower and they will try to hunt you down. That's the reverse psychology Boom is actually playing right now. Pombit tried to secure another elimination from the sidelines around the shore area. But unfortunately, due to the very steep cliff, it's difficult for him to land those shots. And look at how they fan out on the side of SK. Despite they lost Shin before, but they will not go down in vain. Unfortunately, the blue has arrived, and this is not great news for both teams.
Not at all, especially for Boom. Because SK, at least they're playing on the inner side, so Boom had to cut across them. So I don't know how will Boom be able to do this. This is where we will need to zoom in onto how many healing utilities do they have. Well, we're not sure, but hopefully they have enough to tank this one out. At least SK, they are kind of moving away. But they also know that there's extra 2 points if they stay. So it looks like SK, they kind of decided to stay. While the circle shifted to the side of Quarry, and most of the teams are actually already in the circle.
It's the esports, but we do know how fast the circle can get, especially when it comes to a very small map like Sanhok. Juke coming out from Roy. Now, Roy is one of the teams that's so unpredictable and very volatile when it comes to the performance every single season. So I don't know what they will bring forth this season as well. Back to the side of TALON. We mentioned about Misery used to be one of their players here, but unfortunately, it's nowhere near them. Yoru, Boychill, and Atul. I mean, when it comes to this player, they have a very long history, right, Cloud? I mean, they are from all across of every other teams too.
Yeah, they're like puzzle pieces put together, right? And then you kind of like jam the puzzle pieces together in. And at some point they even had like Red Face with them, which has already moved on to Claw, even Zaxi as well, at some point. So yeah, but with the current lineup, I would say TALON is still a good lineup. But of course, now it's not only about being good, right? It's about at least getting the top 3 into the Esports World Cup. So that's the bare minimum. As compared to like last year's Esports World Cup, you still have like divided by regions and all that, but now it's purely only top 3 in the PMSL. So the stakes are a lot more higher this time.
You want to compete at the higher world stage with a better prize pool, bigger prize pool. There's a lot at stake for these players. You know what? One thing that actually crossed my mind just now, I'm waiting for Ryzen to actually form a new team.
Oh.
If that ever happens.
I think he's making a lot of money by live stream right now. So
Enough to actually make a new team. I mean, imagine the founder of a team is by Ryzen himself.
that's actually a good point. Like, you make a lot of money, then you form a team, you call it the Rising Star.
It doesn't sound so wrong, you know. Even you put your team name as RISEN Ryzen. It brings so much value and so much meaningful words into it as well. And the founder is called Ryzen.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I'm looking forward for that to happen.
Okay, so Ryzen, you heard that, you know. There's already a suggested name. So if you use that name, you know, we don't mind a bit of royalty.
Yeah. Jersey.
I think 1% will be enough.
I mean, even a jacket would be enough for me. I'm a very simple person. Back to SMEC. Come on, we know MAQNA eSports. They show some promise when it comes to the last few seasons, but I'm looking forward. As a veteran player like Voki, he's like, what? How many years he's been with us? Since the first season of PMPL back in the days, not even PMSL during that time, until now, still performing. But it's getting difficult with so much new and rising up talent. These new rookie players seems to be more aggressive, more fearless and relentless when it comes to getting the job done. But back towards our circle, we might have a quarry circle, perhaps. Hopefully, I do want to see a bit of shift towards Kampong if that ever happens. But no, it's going to be still quite a generous centralized circle where most of the teams will be in the center already.
Yeah, a lot of them already in the middle. I'm looking at like maybe if any action point will be on the left side. We see ETN there together with Vampire Esports, who rotates from Ruins towards this circle. So there will be a chance that might meet with ETN. On the outside of Quarry, that is. And Quarry, we know that it is a fairly tricky place to play if you want to go there. But of course, the circle is still large enough for them to make the rotation up north. But speaking about ETN, looks like they're going to meet up with the team that you mentioned earlier, MEC.
MEC, Voki. Being the eyes for the team, giving so much information towards the team lineup. They have to be extra careful though. TODAK is very close towards where they stand, and they will not last long if they're not starting to move. New Era, no fault, taking his AUG into action, spotted out across the street against another team. But they are not aware that they have SK just now. Oh, they are actually now SK. Silence, cooking up the nade, hoping to just respond with an answer, but did not seem to be connecting by both sides.
This one might connect though into the building, but Silence evaded that one. He's still all right. And no fall on the other side, trying to get them. Both teams still on the outside of the circle though. And we're coming into stage number 3 to 4. And Wicks, knockdown, New Era. They have to recover him.
How? Impossible with the pressure coming up, despite they have less amount in terms of firepower on the side of SK, but they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. Instead, they are trying to reposition themselves towards the off angle and hoping to catch one of the players of Nero by surprise. And look at how they divided themselves. Half of the side of SK is actually inside of the circle. The other two is trying to gatekeeping all the rest of New Era player and try to choke them out. But the issue is, it's always going to be the third party coming up. The arena, we see it, Moment, we see you there. And this is Moment that we're talking about, the fearless Moment.
The fearless Moment who likes to do the Moment dance. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that Moment dance when they score the chicken dinner, but they have to put in the work first. Our KHOI is going to put in the work against MEC, and now MEC, they do have the compound still, and KHOI, they're trying to flush them all out. Trying to find an advantage. They are in the circle, so they have a little bit more time. And the best part about MEC is that a couple of hours ago, I actually met with one of the guys from MEC, Fuse. He actually forgot that MEC is playing today. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that for MEC.
I mean, I call him Short Fuse for a reason.
Oh.
Because he is a crazy fun guy, and he's one of the higher management when it comes to MEC for the players too. But I guess he just have too much trust towards the team that, you know, I'm just going to leave it in your hands, despite not knowing you guys playing or not today. But not so great for the side of New Era. Right now, they're losing one more member. Now, despite a 2v4 just now on the side of New Era, they are struggling so much in the hands of SK. SK divided themselves to two sides, and Silence barely will be alive right now. He got one tick of health remaining and being knocked down here. New Era Sunshine will actually survive and prevail, but how much longer? We're talking about they're still outside of a circle. There's so many gatekeepers from the inner circle still.
Oh, wait, Tony K. Okay, you mentioned about eArena. They were looking at this area and Tony K got Sunshine. So now it's Doki. Okay, Doki's in the circle, so he's fine. He does not have any healing utilities, so he cannot spend any moment in the blue. But anyway, now Zuli, Mr. Legendary Zuli just got gunned down, leaving only no fall left for New Era against Claw. They're looking for that one extra point. No fall shows up with the DBS, but from behind, it's Claw that eliminates New Era.
Well, New Era have to try and give it another go when it comes to this second map later on. At least they have extra time to revise their plans for later. But on the other hand, Vampires meow like a Mela. Just giving too much information to a start of Talon and chip down quite a bit of number of damage, while Shrubs down to one to go. Well, it was super close.
Almost got Shrubs there. The other members of Vampire Esports looking at Talon, and what will make it difficult for Vampire Esports is that, okay, part of them don't enter the circle and they have to cross the road, and Talon's just right around them with the compound, so that's going to be quite difficult. Let's see what sort of tricks will they have later on as we shift over to MEC right now. Only Amazon and Manzi left as they try to fight their way into the circle across ETN.
I'm tried to make a wonderful play here. Taking a bit of charge and lead towards Manzi. On the other hand, shot down by the rest of the player of ETN. They do have those high grounds for ETN. It's going to be working both ways for them. They're being sandwiched down by both sides here against TODAK and MEC, if I'm not mistaken. But 9, Real next. Real not showing any mercy at all. Just shooting down all the players. They can actually spot anything that moves. These guys will just shoot it down on the side of Frenzy. Real will try to revive him up. They lost 2 members in the process as Havi coaches on the side of TODAK, and down to only Real to make it happen. But unfortunately, he's put out a box on Glue before, and he already given away his position. Left, right, center is nowhere to run nor hide. But Real, he knows somebody coming up from the high ground just behind him. He needs to deal with the NT players first.
Okay, 1v1 right now, and Real will make it real by securing that elimination. Too bad he lost Frenzy. Oh, wait, Frenzy can still be picked up. Okay. And he has a little bit more time. But now we shift forward to Talon. Vampire Esports out of time. They have to cross this road. Only Schwab's left now for Vampire Esports. As Axel will lob his nade across. Schwab is still in the building. He has to move away. But he also has to be aware that in 8 more seconds, the zone will close on to him.
Oh, it's time to shift our eyes towards their health facility, their health utilities as well. That was a very long shot coming out from Schwabs, but we expect no less from Schwabs despite an open space. Oh my god, this guy is scary. He just crossed the street like a Rambo.
Oh, but too bad. From behind, there has to be another team to stop Schwabs. Bit of a party pooper for Schwabs. That was an amazing run, not gonna lie. But CelcomDigi Alliance, right now, they want to create their own amazing run. But here comes Roy.
Roy, this is not the best position. We talked about if everybody stays indoor in the same place, there's not enough information they gain from the outside. So they need a set of eyes to watch out where the nade's coming up from, where the players are coming up towards, charging towards their side, and they have any information against CelcomDigi Alliance right now. They cornered down into that very one spot inside of this compound and this building right now. Roy, if they want to make it alive, it's either wait for the players of CelcomDigi Alliance to push towards their side, or really have to put somebody else outside, with Juke going to play their part right now to relay those information back towards this entire team's roster.
So these two teams, they're also holding their breath at the same time, like hoping for them to get the circle. And looks like they will still get part of the circle, especially Roy. They still have the circle with that compound against CelcomDigi Alliance. We'll check back on them later, because right now, what's happening here with RRQ, involving eArena, Joker will be gunned down, eArena, 2 active players left, including Sakura on the sniper tower. That's not in the circle, by the way.
Oh, Tony K really trying to live up to the name Tony K right now, taking double down by himself. But that was big net coming out from Mango of Roy, CelcomDigi Alliance. Having a hard time to wrap things around against Roy, but Roy, this is what we worried about their position here. They clustered themselves inside, and now the only way out is just try to barricade, but they managed to take down another GLUBLUG. That's a big one for the side of Roy.
Roy seems to be winning this fight though, but they have to clear off the other members of CelcomDigi Alliance. While the players currently up, Leons will be back up again, but goes down immediately with a nade by Hui Kwang. As CelcomDigi Alliance, 2 active players, they try to win this fight, but they don't have a good clear shot. Oh, Leo is still on the outside of the building of Roy, while Jimmy's on the other side. At the same time, they have to be aware of some of the teams on the high ground as well, while Oleo fully focused onto trying to get knock onto the members of Roy.
Mango. Ooh, he wants to take the charge. They want to go in. They want to just gamble it out. Down to only Jim Lee. He managed to survive. Just a second too late now. Unfortunately, CelcomDigi Alliance, despite Roy just now knowing the fact that, hey, we are all clustered in, but you know what? We wait for them to charge towards us and they make the right call. But now for the side of Roy, have to get out from where they stand, because right now getting into the circle is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder right now as we approach stage number 7. Go slightly up north. Talon do not have the circle. And on the higher ground, okay, whoa, XSOPHERE, nice. 4 players still intact coming in for the high ground, but then again, Sakura from the lower ground will try to stop them.
It's down to 4. Except for Roy, they have a bit slightly handicapped compared to all the other 3 teams. The 2 players left. All the other teams do have almost a full roster. Not all healthy, but enough to get them going. Lobby still need to be revived, while Graph on XSP, a Jewel spotted them out. eArena, they spotted out Roy. Oh, Roy, they're down to only 1 last player. I don't know how they will try to win this with only Car alive.
Oh, for XSOPHERE, they still have at least 4 players, so they have a lot of eyes. But EXO, 1v1, with a high ground advantage, together with his other teammates, they will win this one against Roy. Roy, top 4 elimination points. eArena, right now, time for them to charge into the circle. But look at this future. eArena, they only have 12 elimination points.
I feel like this is a huge threat for Tony K in the future if Tony K starts to rise up. And we do know the imposter might be the OG at this point. But back to XSOPHERE, can ask for the Sakura. How did you even miss that? He saw Sakura through the smoke just now.
Oh man, oh man. Yeah, it's likely a missed opportunity there. Maybe from their view, the smoke is very, very thick. But Sakura at the end of the day will still be gunned down. And for XSOPHERE, they still have 3 active players. 3v2 at this moment, unless eArena can recover one of their players.
Oh, XSOPHERE can actually do the same if they manage to recover that 4th player that's fallen right now. But they will do so. I think they are planning to do so. We're taking advantage when it comes to manpower. For XSOPHERE, they need to fan out because the blue zone will start to close on their side first. So they try to bait them out using that vehicle. But will Sakura and the rest of the eArena will take that bait on? Well, for one side of eArena, Joker like it really has to push forward. Unfortunately, who will be gunned down by Psycho? Well, the better number wins. It's going to be XSOPHERE scoring our first chicken of the day.
Wow, okay, this is a much needed chicken dinner for XSOPHERE as they missed out on last week's Super Weekend. They must fight their way through to get into this week's Super Weekend. And this is a very, very important beginning for them. Will it be the beginning of more? Stay tuned with us in the PMSL Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh. What a start of the day. Non-stop action from both sides of the team. Not even a breather at all since the start till the very finish. And when it comes to the teams just now, I feel like it's just a warming up of Erangel, but we're going to have a bit of a final blow moment here. Tony K, Joker. I mean, eArena just now, we can see they have a good position themselves, but unfortunately just not enough men. That's it. That's going to be the case for them.
Yeah, and they don't have as much space as XSOPHERE because the blue was right behind them. XSOPHERE, they obviously with the number of players, they could spread out a little bit more, have a little bit more control of the final stage or final zone, and that's how they kind of just push eArena towards the edge, not allowing them to move any more forward. But anyway, eArena, they scored a lot of eliminations, so I'm pretty sure they'll be okay with that. As for XSOPHERE, the number of eliminations that they got this round is a total of 7 with the chicken dinner, so that's pretty decent too.
Pretty okay. I mean, it's week number 2. By now, they should already kind of get used and adapt themselves to its lobby and how aggressive you might actually get. And we do have lobby acts in there, so lobby acts and as Chaco, especially lobby acts and Ken, as a pretty veteran players that we know them for quite some time. And I'm not surprised they can perform as much as they can, but the problem is always going to be the same question: can they be consistent when it comes to the important map like the Erangel?
Yeah, that's the key, right? At the end of the day, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, so they have to be consistent. But game 1, the 2 senior players performed well with Lobby S coming with the most eliminations while KNS with the most damage. Let's check out the best moments here from XSOPHERE's A Chicken Dinner.
And I try to avoid pronouncing XSOPHERE as a long name because I get some, tongue-tied there sometimes. But to pronounce it as XSP is even more difficult.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, okay, if you don't want to say XSOPHERE, like, how do you simplify it?
XO, I guess. XO is easier.
Yeah. I think I'll go with XO.
Yeah, XSP is impossible, man.
Yeah. Don't do this to us, Like, teams,
who
players,
came up
don't
with
do
this
this
name?
to us.
Why did they do it so complicated? Make it simpler, guys. But when it comes to the numbers, it didn't get any more simpler than this to be directly showing who's more aggressive with those with their own plays. But Lobby Axe, we know this player, he got a lot under his sleeves. I have a feeling this is not his best version yet. I feel like they definitely have a shot to get into the grand finals. Like you mentioned before, they needed this the most when it comes to week number 2. So it might just going up the increment of performance is starting for today.
Yeah, this isn't even his final form yet. And yet he's the MVP this round. 3 eliminations, 357 damage for Lobby X. But of course, XSOPHERE, they have to continue to be very, very consistent since they missed out on week 1, the super weekend. But good start for them. Good start for eArena as well. Total of 12 eliminations, bringing them 18 points in total, together with their second place finish of 6 ranked points. TALON is the other team with a double digit with 11 points, so that's nice. RRQ, who missed out on week 1 super weekend, also we need to fight for their slot here. 7 points as a start, it's not too bad.
It's pretty okay when it comes to the first game of the day, but I do want to see. Well, I want to see a different change of wave here. Last season we got the Vietnam region, the Xaviers to be specific, coming up very high on top of the charts. But right now, the Xaviers seems to be a bit more quiet than they used to. I mean, are they just saving their strats for later, or do these teams prefer to play a surprise game later around this week?
Yeah, hopefully they have enough games for them to come up with surprises, especially like a Xavier Vampire Esports. A lot of fans clearly wouldn't expect them to go out with zeros, especially with game number 1. But of course, now at the end of the day, there's still a couple more games to go, or 5 more games to go today at least, to be exact, and 6 more games to go for them in the upcoming days. Now, other than that, our top 4 fighters this round. Look at this. eArena with the most eliminations of 12. Wouldn't be surprised that they can come out with 14 knocks.
I love this. Thank you so much, PUBG Mobile, also production. Make it a bit better for the SAT award, sounding a bit more with more dignity with fighters, with the knocks, but never get the ending of finish. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, at least for eArena, they got 12 eliminations out of 14 knocks. So that's kind of nice. So not so sad for them. But for the others, well, yeah, subjective, I guess. But whether it's sad or not, they have to move on. They have to look forward, and we'll be moving on to Erangel, in which I believe that this map will be the preferred map for a lot of teams.
And for how much longer? I just hope one day you'll be surprised. Erangel are gonna play once a day. Or maybe just bring back all the old maps too, like Vikendi, Erangel, Rondo, Sanhok, what else? Miramar, all be put in, and it's all going to be all different maps. Imagine all the players have to readapt themselves in every single map. It's not going to be the same one in every single round. And that's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? I wouldn't mind seeing like every match is a different map. That's so fun. Then there's no point of like talking about like, oh, the last match, they drop here, they meet here. Nah, it's going to be a totally new map. So I wouldn't mind that. Do we have enough 6 in PUBG Mobile Esports yet? Probably not yet. We need at least 1 more. But what we do need, and what you all will need as well, is this new collaboration with PUBG Mobile, which is Attack on Titan, that is currently live. And it involves transformation, there's ODM gear, and a lot more that you can play inside of this event. And if you make any content, don't forget to hashtag PUBGMX Attack on Titan to come together with it, so that we can, well, enjoy the creativity of your content with this amazing anime collaboration.
The first thing coming out into my mind is going to be the opening song for Attack on Titan. You know how crazy intense it is for the opening if you actually watch the anime. But what's more crazy is going to be there shall be collaboration, in which already available in the game right now. Experience the unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X shall be American collab. So Commander Legendary shall be GT 500 and 427 Cobra, an exclusive attachment and stunning colorways and more. It only available from the start of July 6th. Okay, only available until July 6th. So don't miss that. It's already available in the game right now. You only have like what, less than a month? I think it's less than a month.
Yeah, it's less than a month, so make sure you get it before you forget. Don't come and tell us that, I wanted to get it, but it passed July 6th. Can't do anything there. But the other thing that you can do while you log into PUBG Mobile and check out the new Shall Be American collaboration is this new World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest gameplay. And you can check out the map 12886867. 12886867. This is where you'll be able to show off your skills and push your limit and become the best of the best on the battleground. Make sure you check this one out, experience it, and in case you make any content out of it, you want to showcase your skills to the world, don't forget to put in PUBG M380 or PUBG MWOW. Wow. By the way, I wanted to ask, right, you, since you mentioned just now about the opening theme song of Attack on Titan, right? Like, how does it sound like?
Oh man, my voice is like this. It's possible for me to actually do it. You know that song, right? It's a song. It's a fighter song, man. It feels like everything is epic. Everything is the end of the world. And like whenever you hear that song, but it's not the end of everything yet because we're just starting off our week 2 here with XSOPHERE getting the first chicken. XO. We're just gonna call it XO. XSP. It's impossible too. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take EXO. We'll stick with EXO, right? But because the team name takes a while for us to readapt, so they're not in our teams to focus for now. Instead, we'll have a different list here of the teams to focus. So you have it seems to be the same. I think you're going for the same.
Nah, I'm gonna stay with the same one because today I want to see these 3 teams when it comes to the skill gap. We're gonna give it straight. I'm gonna give them straight and face here right now. This is how different between these 3 teams, despite the same tournament in the same group here today to fight, but very different skill gap. The question is whether they're willing to, go further more forward or whether they want to even try to expand their skills within the same week, especially the teams at the very bottom like SK.
Yeah, especially for SK. We did see them a lot on screen early on, but they did not gain that many points. So this has to be a redemption round for them. The other team that I really look forward to that missed out on week 1 Super Weekend is PLU squad.
Glue.
Just because they have the best style of everyone else.
So
the Power Rangers?
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does it have to do with the Power Rangers though?
I mean, when it comes to style, right? Like they set a new bar now, a new benchmark of like style and people to remember them. Like, who dares to come up with that sort of jersey? And I love it.
How can you relate it with Power Rangers, man? I do see the connection.
Like, go Power Rangers, go GLU squad. Yeah.
Okay, I see it now. But yeah, I agree. But that's the thing though. If you pick a bit of everybody else, then what makes you you? Where is your identity for the team?
Well, that's the unique thing about GLU, right? Like they have this identity that people remember them for their outfits. And fun fact, they back then, a couple of years ago, they even have this jersey that is the half of the jersey is long sleeve, the other half is short sleeve.
Yeah, we had that interview. Like, why is it designed and built that way? So when you have one arm a bit cold, then the warm one will actually try to cover the other. But what if you have both are very warm? And what do you do with the other long sleeve? Then do you cut it down?
You help each other to roll it up. Like, you get your friend to help you to roll up. That's a sweet thing to do.
Okay, well, I don't know how sleeves can actually do that. And do sleeves that actually have feelings, but we're gonna have to wait and figure it out later on because we're gonna hop into a second map of the day and our first Erangel in week 2, day 1 in the PMSL Summer.
So Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with Sanhok. Now it's going to be Erangel, the real deal for a lot of these teams, especially looking at you, Vampire Esports and DZaber, 0 points in game number 1. This is redemption round for them.
The thing is, despite they want to redeem themselves, the other teams will not allow them easily to do so, and that's what makes it so difficult. And especially, because the expansion of community in PUBG Mobile has been so great, especially you guys watching at home, you guys amazing. And it just, we go back to our root discussion before, like how the teams used to be a legacy team and then they disperse themselves and form a new team and make it, a bit scattered, but a new wave of PUBG Mobile plays after a long time of duration in the league so far. But it also comes with a cons, and that's going to be the other teams kind of know you used to be their ex-teammate. So they know each other way too much by now for all the teams that's competing in PMSL, except for the new Blood team. all the others kind of know how the other will actually think and how they rotate, and even how their signature plays by now.
But I can't relate. I never know how my ex thinks, you know.
Huh?
Yeah. You know, like ex-teammate, you know, maybe
Yeah,
you
I
think
mean-
that they know each other more, but I can't relate because, you know, I never know how my ex thinks.
Something is wrong with you, bro.
Yeah,
How did you end up in
yeah.
a relationship if you never know what that person, what is that even a person to start with?
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's an ex, right? And, you know, that's why now I'm single. So, you know,
Oh,
this
wow.
happens.
It's too heavy for a conversation, but I agree. GLU,
Oh.
or I prefer call it glue. I really love their jersey though.
Yeah, I know, right? Just like how I
Now I
someone
can
post,
relate.
a TikTok, a conversation between her and Mr. Manager.
I
That's
wish
pretty
they
sweet.
actually put a helmet on the players too.
Wow.
Just to complete the set. But Chipang and Boo Boo Hoo. Now, Boo Boo Hoo, it's a mix of what BTR player and more of X players. You know, it's funny, like when we interviewed them back in the days, I don't think the players even think about they might actually ended up in a team right now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's it fits their name. They claw back all the old players to form this team called Claw Slayers. So we gotta think about it, right? Like this team of Claw, they're like I don't know if it's right for me to call it, but I guess it's the best way for me to illustrate it. Right? It's like you put back all the legendary OG players, and then you form this team, and that's Claw.
Kind of make me miss RRQ Tina players if they can actually make the same thing too from the Thai region. That would be amazing.
Oh,
If we
didn't
have-
they do that for
They did it for show match.
yeah.
But I want to see them perform back in the scene here right now, like D2E, G9, Ernie, all those guys, but in a different team, not together, in a different team, and you know, all the veterans that we never think of they're gonna be in the same team before finally stick together, like how Claw and Glue is.
Well, ETN, they just don't expect this to happen. Now Mango has them on his crosshair. One player takes a lot of damage, another monster truck passing by, but also taking a lot of damage as well. And Mango, he is alone here. So he's taking a lot of risk here, revealing himself. Now, the monster truck has arrived, 1v2, and it's payback time by ETN.
Thomas and Noise taking them down. ETN, is this the Noise that we know, Noise? Is it the same 9 Noise?
Oh, the 9 Noise?
Uh-huh.
I
I assume so. That's why I'm asking this player's name. Are they the same players or not?
You're asking a very good question there.
Because
It
the way
shouldn't
they
be, though,
shoot
but-
is so similar when it comes to, you know, a new player or rookie player in the scene, they're a bit doubtful, they're a bit hesitant, they're a bit over the top or something, thinking too much or just overuse their utilities. But the way this guy's playing, using a different name this time, it feels very familiar.
Yeah, like Misery using Mastery, and then you have Mela becoming Meola, and then now you have Noise, which, on paper it shouldn't be there, but yeah, I need to get a confirmation on that.
Same for Earth Q, is it Earth Z? That's so many.
Oh
Because, you
no,
know,
let's not go there. Let's not go there.
it's a very dark pit hole in there, isn't it? A rabbit hole. You might actually discover a lot of unwanted and maybe some amazing stuff down there. But hey, we're back to XSOPHERE, where MAQNA eSport now charging towards RRQ. Aggressive MAQNA. If you compare with them last season, they're more productive for this time.
Well, at least they made it into the first Super Weekend, and they were so productive that their management views doesn't know that they're playing today. So hopefully by the time Fuse realize that, hey, actually they are playing, and when he opens the screen, they have a lot of points.
That's just how much trust the management has with the team right now, okay? Because they are so disciplined with their usual scrims and everyday practice that, you know what, we just let them do their thing. That's a good thing, I guess. But on the side of TODAK, they spotted out CelcomDigi Alliance. Now, TODAK, they clustered up together, while on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance fanning out to find information from off angle and different perspective, just to feed those information towards their IGL and waiting for his call on what to do next.
Well, Olio will need to survive on his own right now. Okay, buggy back tire punctured. Not so good news for Olio. He needs to pick up though. Let's see if his teammates will be able to come by. Well, Torad's on the lower ground. Should be able to pick him up. We can see a vehicle passing. Okay, that's going to be Leon's there with the rescue mission. And with the smoke, they should be fine. Okay, unless somehow this shot will hit. But nah, it's an AK, long range. It's not that easy. They'll be fine.
Oh, it's not so fine for CelcomDigi Alliance. They kind of hammed down between two teams right now. This is not great. Nowhere to run, no hide, and not many spaces for them. They are exchanging their places to take a bunker, says Dreamy. Want to return fire and buy some time for his teammate to finally land on their feet after getting down from that vehicle. And lucky enough, nobody actually trading off their players in the process of moving away from that fire just now.
And nobody managed to trade off with CelcomDigi Alliance. They'll be back as a 4, so they'll be okay for now. Now on the other side, okay, SK. All right, this team, they need more points. They missed out on last week's Super Weekend, so 1 point is definitely not going to cut it for them. While we check out the next phase of the circle, slight chance he'll go to Novo, but no, it'll be tucked on towards the right side of the map, which is interesting. We still have like, what, 20% of water in this circle? Lesser playable land for these teams to play. Potentially more fights to happen. Coming up next.
Oh, it's a very small space for these teams to just fight for their space here. We might end up on top of the Povka Army of the Tower by end of this few circles. For MAQNA Esports, they're quite in the center of everyone's attention. But we do have multiple teams staying inside of the blue zone, including eArena, ETN, even GLUBLUG. So they're taking their own sweet time. Last we saw them kind of in the northern side of the map just now, around shooting range area, but pushing themselves. Probably right now they're on the run to get into the circle. I don't know how they can get in without getting choked at all. There's so many teams concentrated heavily inside of the circle now.
Well, I guess for Xavier, they just answer your question. They were choked down and one of the players need to be eliminated. And Xavier only 2 players left. The fact that they got 0 in the last round, this is definitely not a good start for Xavier.
What happened to Xavier's? I mean, it's a very different version of Xavier based on the spring season compared to now. I feel like right now they feel a bit laid back compared to last season. I think they had already the same mindset that, hey, we don't want to get targeted so much like last season. So we tried to get enough just to squeeze into the grand final. And that's where you can see them start to push all the way up. Maybe that's going to be the case for most of the teams that unusually place themselves down there. I feel like that's going to be the case. Because for a few seasons now, we're looking at the teams that want to attract unwanted attention, that want to be the target by all the other teams because they're just being too good.
Yeah, I guess that was to a certain extent what happened like over the Super Weekend, right? Like you have CelcomDigi Alliance banging it in the group stages, and when it came to the first day of the Super Weekend, they found it hard to perform. Day 2 was better, but of course, they couldn't secure the number 1 spot. And maybe that's the theory, right? You being the top team, people will give a little bit more attention to you. And that could be what's happening with Xavier right now with the fact that they lost Levi's to Vampire.
Only 1 player left on the side of Xavier's. Not a good news at all. But for Vampires, Straps seems to be down once more. It's a bit too aggressive, I must say, for the side of Straps. Bold and brazen, just gunning in the open without thinking twice about how he can be. actually opening so much opening for the team, but Solly taking down on TODAK players. It's going to be ringing around Rosie, but here comes Snowball. New Era tried to wipe them off and flush them down and charge into their compound. It's not a great position for the side of TODAK. They might lose their members, but suddenly Sunshine giving a bit of ray of light to give them some sort of hope to turn things around.
As long as Claw don't crash in, look at the minimap. Claw is actually going there. They might want to be the third party. They see an opportunity and they will take out 9. Oh, but that's still New Era still. Okay, here comes Claw on the other side. So Claw, they want to be the cleanup crew. Sunshine rides away into the sunset.
Not yet. The sunset is a bit too far reach.
Oh!
And it's going to be nighttime for the Sunshine, unfortunately. Still dark and not the end of the tunnel yet. But eArena Sakura just next to MAQNA Esports. What is going on? It's an open declaration of fight between these two teams, recklessly just giving away their position because we might have a third party winning over these two teams right now, and that's going to be Vampires.
But that's what happens if you have this kind of circle tucked into the corner. It will force a lot of teams to fight, including Boom Esports in the fight elsewhere. But we're going to focus on to Vampire Esports now. Tony K against Amazal in this building. Nade will be launched out to Tony K. Takes a lot of damage, but here comes Shrubs as well from the side.
Amazal changed to AEG from his Bison. Vampires are very good at approaching fights. So we know how well experienced they are. It's Mela, Tony K and Onsen. I mean, I do want to see them fighting against Mormon though. I'm looking forward for that.
Well, I believe that you will definitely see that. You definitely see that. That chance will definitely come. But now they'll be taking fight after fight with against another team as they drop in Primos and then they travel into the circle. Circle kept going away, so naturally your bumpy teams need to win fight after fight. So far, so good for Vampire Esports this round. Boom Esports. Now it's their turn to gain as many points as possible from the north.
Boom. They lost Octa. They still have Misery in there. Claw going in parallel way against ETN. Speaking of Mormon, I'm curious, if he managed to wipe up the whole team of Vampire by himself, would he actually dance in that arena?
Yes, please. We want to see the Mormon dance. But of course, they have to score the chicken dinner first. If they don't score the chicken dinner, then no way. Okay, so right now, ETN, one of the teams on the inner side of the circle, now trying to block out Claw. We did talk about them being a veteran team, lots of experience. But experience is one. Overcoming the actual situation is another. And this will be the challenge against ETN.
Well, the Blues start to swarm across the players of Claw. They need to get out, but Vampires will try to choke them at that gatekeeping spot against ETN as well. And the circle seems to squeeze the life out of the players as trying to run away from the blue coming up from the north side. Roy, Juke already gatekeeping those coming into the north, right on top of Prison, where Boom tried to scatter themselves. South side, I have to say, is quite concentrated as well. Now we're going to have major thinning of the crowd. The next stage going to commence.
Commencing by starting off with Vampire Esports, scoring 4 elimination points right now. And they're looking for more. Maybe Claw will be the next target, which is Bobo Hu, the IGL of Claw, the final player that's still active, tanking out the blue at this moment, using his last first aid with Vampire Esports just above this hill. But they not only know that Bobo Hu is there, they know that ETN is across as well. And here comes the nade by Tony K across. Let's see if it lands onto the other side. It will! It is by the OG, Tony K, to get that one.
M16 tried to follow up with the fallen teammate, hoping to revive, but he exposed himself to a very dangerous situation. Now, ETN is not doing great for them. It seems to be a bit bleak for the future in this map right now as Shrap's pushing forward, and that's going to be it. Without sweat breaking across the forehead of Vampire's player, that's a quick cleanup crew.
Yeah, and immediately 7 eliminations for Vampire Esports. This is what we're talking about here. A team that is looking for that comeback this round after a disappointing 0 point in round 1. Now for GLU squad. Go, go, power, GLU! Dun, dun. Okay, now here it goes against Boom Esports. They need to fight their way in. But on the inner side, we have SK.
Oh, it's going to be the Xavier's eliminated as well. SK and a pet, and they'll be surrounded by this chaos right now. eArena are scouring them and taking them apart like vultures. Look at the nade galore. There's no stopping this, guys. The utilities are massive drop on the side of SK. There's nowhere to run, no hide, but Shin clinging on his life towards a very small space, safe space that's left with silence in between. I mean, Shin, he needs to pick one of the members up, and hopefully one of the vehicles still gonna work because they need to drive away from this very dangerous spot right now.
Yeah, he's praying hard and another nade doesn't land. Okay, eArena, they're done with the nades. Okay, they're happy to pick up those 2 points after that rain. And for SK, well, 2 players active left. But for the side of eArena, they not only have to focus on the SK, like there's so many other teams around them as well just because of how the circle is. Back onto Vampire Esports. The next target is RRQ.
RRQ. Yeah, definitely interested towards the position of Vampires, yeah. I have a sense it's another team on the northern side, slightly north towards Vampire. I think that's going to be Boom last time we saw them. And speaking of Boom, it's going to be Glue their first target. We do have Roy just on the south of the road, but Yummy Johan. I mean, Yummy Mayonnaise still. Combat couldn't do a thing. It's too far apart from the rest of the team here. They have to sacrifice Yummy for the sake of the greater good.
Chased down by the Power Rangers right now, as they were trying to secure another elimination point. While the circle shifted towards the high ground, so teams on the lower ground will need to play how they're going to go up here. While Xbox long range at the Pond Bit. One last stick of health. Wow, somehow he still survives that one, but finally gunned down by Juke. So Roy might steal this point away, and they will from the hands of GLU.
No effort at all on the side of Roy. Why would we want to sweat so much? We can just deal away with a couple of bullets in the very small amount of time they actually have. Now for Boom, it's down to only Misery left. I don't know how you're going to survive in the middle of circle with so many teams and troops for all the other teams out there. Still having a 3 player in their fray. But for Roy with that duo, still going to work things out. RRQ on the other hand, they're still not inside of a circle. But it's whether they want to go really down south of the circle or just slightly towards the southwest of the circle. That's going to be Vampires. But Vampires, we do know how aggressive they can get. With this player, I mean, Mela, he loved to play this roof play for the longest time we've known him. So they definitely got quite a clear view and a wide information regarding RRQ's position here.
Well, let's see if this nade can land from the lower ground, because RRQ will need it as they try to close the gap between themselves and Vampire Esports. Here comes a Gen Force, but immediately turns back. They don't have enough information. Doesn't help that the smoke is still active. They try to close the gap still. Lapar, very, very close to Vampire Esports. They fire back while GLU from the side knocks down Tony K. He could be helping out the other members of RRQ without them knowing it.
Oh, Vampires are caught by surprise. I didn't expect Glue actually coming out of nowhere behind them and backstab the rest of Vampires. Now, Vampires, they have to go for another plan. They kind of are cornered down by 2 teams at the same time on both sides. There's no way out whether to just survive, try to fight their way out, or they try to defend this as much as possible with only Onzas left. This seems to be very grim, and that's going to be the rest of Vampires. But at least, hey, Vampires, they still score quite a hefty amount of eliminations, 7 across the board. And that might just be the highest eliminations by far.
Yeah, 7, not too bad. But GLU and RRQ, they're looking to improve on the not too bad to even greater heights right now, as Noel will get a Lapar. Okay, that's 1 down, and that's go time for GLU. Circling around, looking for probably another advantage. Hexa's got to be extra careful. He's right in front, but KF will get Asta. 1 more to go. Here it's going to be KF all alone, and now he fights 1v1 with Asta. Okay, and he will win this one. Time to charge in.
No, it's going to be Pekko. Yep. He's trying to prone and shoot it down, but unfortunately, the moment you got himself indoors, with so many teams charging towards you, that's going to be the end of it. It's going to be difficult to defend both sides of that fortress. But back to the open space in the streets, we're going to have eArena versus, I think, as a team on the very south for those, SK. TALON versus XSOPHERE. And this is going to be a tricky terrain for them to actually wrap things around with.
Oh, TALON with a high ground advantage. Axel, ooh. I don't think he planned to jump down, but it's okay. Extra cover for him to recover himself. And looks like they won that fight. XSOPHERE just got eliminated by the hands of TALON. Now we're in top 5 at stage 6, Choo. This round is so fast.
Yeah, we did see that one coming due to the circle just tucked into one side of the corner, which comprises a lot of water ratio in it. So this is being called for early on, down to 5, with very little players on the side of SK and Roy here. Especially SK. I mean, SK, it's going to be tough because they are so far out of the circle. The blue's so close towards their side. And on the rest of eArena, Mormon, Tourney, Sakura, and Joker just wait things out for them to present themselves and start firing. It happens right now. But at least they got some good covers from that vehicle, but not much longer. Silence being shot down. Tourney struggling, but that's going to be a Joker. Still managed to find and squeeze in those bullets to shoot them down.
And now TALON will need to squeeze into the circle. Their next fight is going to be up against Roy with Car in the shack. Lobs a nade into the smoke. This nade's very dangerous. It did hurt Boychill, but he's still A-OK while Juki is playing the support role behind. Now Achul rushing in on the Car.
Car is gone. And Juki as well. At the same time, by TALON Achul from afar. So TALON, they know for a fact, hey, it's going to be a very few amount of players left. Like, we don't hesitate. We don't feel hesitant at this point. Glue is going to be a 3v3v4. eArena do have slightly a better number when it comes to manpower and firepower. But it's all about how they approach from the very south of the circle to slowly closing into as the northern side, where TALON is actually at. TALON is actually the furthest one away from these two teams right now.
Although TALON is the furthest one away, but the best one in this circle right now is going to be TRU squad. Hexas gets Boysil, and TALON's the one in trouble right now. Boysil eliminated by Hexas, as TALON will be finding it hard to actually climb up this hill. 10 eliminations. GLU squad, they're currently unstoppable.
Noel having one rock. And TALON, at least they have the circle still on their side here. For how much longer? It's going to be less than 40 seconds on the clock. Might actually have a bit of a waiting game, unless the one that can actually make some plays is the one that actually on the left side, and that's going to be Glue. If Glue starts to charge in on both sides, it's going to be a quick wrap up for this round. But the thing is, there's only like 3 players of Glue and 1 player against 3 of TALON. That's going to be super hard.
Yeah, but at least they had high ground advantage. Unless if the circle shifts away, then it's going to be super hard. Well, let's see. We'll find that out in about 3 more seconds right now. As Achul tries to get Noel at the side here. No circle for TALON. Okay, this is super duper hard for TALON. If they move down to the lower ground, then it's going to be eArena. If it's a high ground, then it's going to be GLU squad. So at this point, it's TALON to pick that poison, or how they're going to get it.
I'm going to call the shots here. eArena have a high chance of winning over this circle right now and this map. Because if on the side of eArena, they have nothing to run away from. TALON, on the other hand, the moment they start to push forward, Hexas on Glue's side already keep his eyes tight on the players of TALON right now. There's no way they can cut across easily unscathed. It's difficult for them to have a longer rotation too, because time is not on their side. 3 seconds on the clock. TALON, Achul knocked down on the ground. Yoru, how to save him? Axel down 1 to slither of health remaining. TALON losing their men just to run away from the blue while being shot down by these guys from the inside.
Oh, look at Joker and his position on top of this house. It's like he has a good straight line of sight onto the members of TALON. The moment they step out, then Joker will have first view of them. Or maybe Hexas, just waiting for those points potentially being picked up, and he's on the inner side circle. What a good angle here by Hexas. Pressure will be on the TALON right now if they can come up with a miracle run. But Achul, gun down, doesn't help that the zone is closing.
It's going to be high pressure on the side of TALON right now. Well, that's going to be it. Thanks to Hexa's pivotal play on the side of Glue, hoping the end
Whoa.
goes down. But unfortunately, no one will be taken down. Turney K, I did not see that one coming. I have no clue. I can actually see through Noel from that distance. It was quite a difficult angle to work with.
And Noah was airborne that time, so Sakura had that moment to just aim his crosshair, and he got Noel. Now, with 2 players left for GLU squad, they do have the high ground advantage, but they don't have the numbers. Mormon takes a bit of risk, moving up to the high ground directly. Now he has an off angle against GLU squad.
eArena, all healthy and alive against the rest remaining members of Glue, Hexas, and XKF. At least they being blessed by the circle for such a short amount span of time that's remaining on the clock as well. But at least if they can actually make something out of this for Glue, it's difficult for them to score a chicken, but not impossible. But if they manage to score a couple of eliminations still out of these last few circles, still going to be a big win for them.
Well, if they can score anything more, it'll probably be a bonus here for GLU squad, considering the position that they are at right now. KF will need to move forward for sure. Since he's on the outside of the circle, Hexas is somewhat within it still, but he can't really move for his position because Mormon is there. Mormon right now is the annoying player for GLU squad as Sakura will try to spray on KF. KF, he will join Hexas on his side, but he will crash it directly on the Moment. But the moment he arrives, Moment is ready with his DBS.
Great pivotal player, Moment, anchoring down the rest of Glue players, and that's gonna be it. 100%. 100% health for the players just now, all 4 of them well and alive, and 100% prediction of that circle when it comes to the players that still remain alive in that round for eArena. That's going to be the chicken dinner for them, but we have ourselves a very colorful line of Glue. Despite of that jersey, you have to give it, they are very colorful in terms of their play style as well.
We had a glimpse of the Moment dance, but the camera had to shift forward when he was done, when he was about to dance. Oh man, but it's okay, it's okay. Looking at eArena's performance, we might expect more from the Moment dance coming up soon. But we also got to see a very shiny jersey from, of course, a GLU squad that we really love. And this is the final moment. I mean, towards the end, eArena, they had the numbers. They would send Moment on the other side, which was a great move by eArena. And there was almost no way that GLU squad can get out of the lion's mouth that is eArena.
I have to give it to the side of Glue's player Hexas. If he's not the one anchoring down his position on the off angle towards the side of Talon just now, it's going to be difficult for Glue to actually see talents coming on that side, to be honest. But nonetheless, eArena, I mean, they are the untouchable from the rest of the team that's fighting against that crossfire. Moment, Turney K, Sakura, and Joker. Now, Moment just shows how crazy he can get, how daring he can be, just push himself forward. He doesn't want to diddle-daddle anymore when it comes to finish off and wrapping up the chicken dinner for the start of the arena. Just charge in with a basic vehicle against the rest of Glue play just now. That was bold.
Yeah, that was like the last-ditch move, right? Like, if you don't do it, then you might go off faster. But they did it, and we'll check out the highlights.
I want to look at the utilities. 21 by eArena. 31 smokes by TALON. My god, that's a lot for TALON to go from the northern side just now down south to fight against those guys. On the side of GLUBLUG, they have an average amount of the total throws being used, 16 and 13, when it comes to grenade and the smoke respectively. But when it comes to damage, GLUBLUG and eArena, I mean, they are the teams that managed to survive the longest, so that kind of makes sense in terms of the damage output they managed to dish out based on how long they managed to survive.
But the one that survived the longest with a full squad time the most is eArena, obviously because they maintain all 4 of their players. But we still gotta give it to like Vampire Esports, 15 minutes with a full squad team, but still able to last that long. But Tony K is showing Tony K that he deserves to be the highlight player here. MVP with 4 eliminations, 582 damage for eArena. So far, after 2 games, eArena overall very consistent. 2nd place in the Sanhok match. Chicken dinner here in Erangel. This is looking to be a strong eArena team.
Who is Tony K? I am Tony K. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we've seen this player grow since day one. He's in the professional league himself, and how much he's been progressing throughout the entire career in PUBG Mobile. It's just getting better every single season. I can't wait for Tony K feel a bit challenged and finally show himself. If we can get Tony K versus Tony K, who's the better one, hopefully we can get that in the very final days in week number 2. But nonetheless, to the points with 11 eliminations, it's going to be eArena alongside with GLU or GLUBLUG getting 11 eliminations as well. A triple team with the double digit including TALON. But for the Xaviers, I feel like they really don't want to shine at all week number 2 based on last season's traumatizing event where everybody tried to take them down.
Another 0 for the Xavier. It's starting to be very weird, you know. I mean, if it's 1 round, okay. But if it's 2 rounds in a row, then a lot of questions for the Xavier there. Well, with 0 points, definitely they will be at the very end, but we still have more games to go. But the one that's at the top right now, eArena, 39 points. They are 15 points ahead of XSOPHERE. But let's all remember as well, the objective is to be in the top 16, to be in Super Weekend during the group stages. So whether you're number 1, well, then you can set the bar, or whether you're at number 3 or 4, it's still all right.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you feel like you're in the safe zone, because there's some teams that's not playing, and they have to remember that. So what is the safest point, the bar standard, to the most minimal points you have to finish off your run before we go into the Super Weekend?
Well, based on data, so I did a little bit of math, right? It has to be more than 60 points. So for last week, the one that passed through was 63 points. So, and the one that didn't was like 60 points. So it has to be like above 60 points. That has to be like even like last week and also past seasons data. You have to score at least more than 60 points to be kind of through.
It's almost the same standard like we had last season as well. If I'm not mistaken, last season also we set the score minimum. The bare minimum is going to be 60 points for them to be safe to cross into the Super Weekend. But the thing is always into the question, how small the gap between the teams to actually say it's 100% safe to get 60 points and get through to the Super Weekend. It's still not safe either way. But the problem if you outshine everybody else and be at the number 1 spot multiple times in a row for every single week, you get targeted. That's what happened to these Xaviers. We have to remember how many teams tried to take them down during the grand finals and even during the Super Weekend too. They have been outshine, outperform everybody else. But this season, I have a feeling the Thai region seems to be stepping up their game, because the majority of the teams from Thai, like they barely drop their performance anyway. But it feels like it shows a different level compared to last season at least.
Yeah, the only time where they kind of was iffy was during the group stages of last week. But when it came to the Super Weekend, then, well, obviously Vampire Esports and a couple of other Thai teams, they did well. So they're okay. And we can see that they're continuing on the momentum here. And we're talking generally about the Thai teams, right? It's not like specifically one Thai team. So it's looking like they are at least on a rising sort of a performance. And if they can carry on into grand finals, well, we might see the trophy return to Thailand. I know it's still very early to call this one. We're still like in the group stages, day 1 of week number 2. But they are looking good so far.
Anything happens, it's going to be Cloud jinxing them. It's coming out from him. I have nothing to do with this. So Thai teams, anything, blame it on Cloud, okay? But you know what? When it comes to the teams that's not actually, not actually up there yet, I'm hoping for them to finally reach to the point like, hey, we're finally getting to PMSL for this season. Some of them grinding their way through the qualifiers as well. So they need to make a comeback here because time is not on anybody's side because for this year's seasons, all the format has been shortened enough to the point like they don't have a second chance if they don't do it now.
Yeah, and if you want to highlight on those teams that are at least playing today, we have RRQ, JLU Squad, and then New Era, XSOPHERE, ETN, KHOI Esports. So we got 6. We have 6 teams to play today that did not make it into last week's Super Weekend. So if we were to highlight on which of the teams that we want to give a bit more focus on, I would say that these 6 teams, because easily, if they don't make it into Super Weekend, then it's an early holiday for them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret's not playing here today. I'm looking forward for the performance though, because we saw the best of them in the last season as well. But for the teams that's pretty much got himself a first week of Super Weekend, I feel like these are the teams probably going to have another shot at second Super Weekend anyway. Because it's always been the trend, isn't it? It's so difficult for us to see the teams that not performing suddenly overcome the teams that well performed last week and it is not consistent. There's always this gap between the skills of the player or even how they actually think and play the game. It's just very, very big gap in between those. They have to work things out at least one step at a time, including I hate to break it, but yeah, I'm hoping for SK to start to wake up and try to learn from all these other teams what they have and what they have not done against them before.
Yeah, then SK and for me, it's New Era, have not been to the Super Weekend. We both have the same TODAK team. And TODAK, they only scored 1 point in last week's Super Weekend, so that's not going to be enough. They still have to make it into this week's Super Weekend. Non-negotiable. If you have 1 point, it's as good as, you don't have any points, especially with the fact that if any other team that did not make it into the Super Weekend makes it through, which will obviously be the math if that's the case, then yeah, they stand a very, very high chance of not being in the grand final. So 1 point teams will still need to go on.
I agree. But the 1 point teams, though, are the teams that used to play in the league. They are quite a veteran player too. But, I mean, the one that should be worried about in this case, I mean, if it's a new blood team, like a fresh new faces team, if they didn't make it through the Super Weekend, we'll kind of get it because they don't have the exposure before. They did not know, watching from the audience seat and actually playing in the player seat is two very different things. They don't know the pressure, the intensity they have to fight against. But right now they are on the player seat. It's kind of okay for them to, trying to gain their experience first. But for the teams like RRQ, they are in dire need to push themselves this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. A team with this sort of stature, with this sort of lineup on paper, it was a big surprise that they didn't make it on week 1 Super Weekend. So they have to make it into week 2 Super Weekend. RRQ will obviously be playing in the next round as we'll be heading back onto Erangel Game 3.
Two more Erangels, including this one to go. The teams that don't like the very vast map of the standard dunes Miramar have to make their comeback and make sure their points will be enough for them to carry over for their super weekend. Yeah, there's still tomorrow. They still have another day to go on when it comes to collecting the points. But do you want to put that at the risk by just putting yourself in a very high pressure position? So this guy make it or break it time.
Yes, the games will be going by though, so we really need to like make good use of every round, because like the benchmark points, yep, it's going to be more than 60 points. That's the bare minimum that they need to hunt. Now with this flight path, we're going to start from Novo up onto the northern side of Saberni in military base itself. Look at the amount of teams. We have at least 4 teams there. Okay, SK, they're going to be at Novo. No one's going to bother about them. They're going to have their own space. But military base itself, we have Roy, we have New Era, and we have another overlapping team there.
Oh, there's going to be quite a chaos. A couple of teams hot crop themselves, including GLU. Going to have first contact made between Roy and GLU. And that's going to be Hui Kwang taking on down on Noah quite early on. Juke responded with whatever that can be seen right across him, going zigzag. Wait, what? How? He doesn't even have a vest.
Well, and he doesn't need this vest if he can get this now. But he almost got KF. Look at that KF. One last stick of health left. But he doesn't have any healing utilities. This is going to be an easy one for Mango. Should be able to do the business nice and clean. And he will save his teammate at the same time.
Oh, they had the upper hand before. As Hui Kwang managed to take down on GLU players. But GLU, they're still high with their adrenaline after they're almost close enough to contend and they got themselves second place. And they're still maintaining their momentum, including this one. But unfortunately, Vampire.
They were probably on their way to their regular draw spot. But they happen to pass by this area, might as well take advantage of it. A chance to pick up a couple of points here. They have the man advantage, but KF knocks down Onzens. Now Vampire Esports, Schwartz will need to come in from the other side. Hexus nailed down by Schwartz. He sees one target in front of him. Tries to do a jump shot, but Schwartz is well grounded on the ground. And that is GLU squad out with 3 elimination points.
You know, that's the worst feeling in the entire world when you thought you're winning over that battle just now against Roy and you don't even have a breather to just get a vest for GLU. But Vampires, I have to give them the credit, you know? No credit being taken away at all for them to know their perfect timing to take advantage of the teams. They see that they are struggling to just be alive. Speaking of the other teams, other than the other 3 that we witnessed just now when it comes to first contact till the 2 teams being wiped out early on, all of the others seem to be very peaceful, including we have a swap between Zero and Pombe on Boom Esports side.
Okay, so making this substitution, and it's great that they make substitutions early since Boom, so far they only managed to collect 3 points. And they realized that, okay, let's just make whatever change needed, because 2 rounds, it's done, it's enough. Like we cannot afford any more rounds because games will just go past by. Let's make this change. And let's see what Zero can bring to the lineup. Honestly speaking, if on paper, whether you swap out Pombe, whether you put in Pombe, whether you put in Zero, both of these players have their own achievements and they're equal in terms of performance. So it's a matter of, I guess, just keeping the players fresh, and by bringing in Zero, hopefully Boom will be able to do better than 3 points in 2 games.
Yeah. I mean, the best ideal points per map for each of the teams right now is just 6 points per map across 12 matches or 12 maps, right? They can maintain 6 points in every single map. They're going to be okay. It sounds simple if you're not being charged in early like Roy or Glue. But if you have trouble, just try to survive the first stage. That's where you have to double up the work for the next map here. For Glue and Roy, yeah, great for these 2 teams. At least their points average right now, they had like what? For Glue, it's pretty much 6 points average per map. And that's what we want for each of the team to make it through across the Super Sunday or the Super Weekend. But for the teams having lesser when it comes to map number 3, they need to work things out now.
You know who is working it out? eArena. Top 5 eliminations and all 4 of their players are there. 1, 2, 4. That is crazy. And one of the players up there who was our MVP before this is TODAK. Number 1 average eliminations. Of course, we're only 2 games in with 4. Average damage, number 4, but that's okay. As long as you're able to bring in the elimination points for the team, it doesn't matter whether it's you deal a lot of damage or you deal a lot of assists. The points is where it matter. And TODAK is showing to be a player that has a lot of growth over the seasons. Like what you pointed out earlier, we've seen him for a couple of seasons right now. And so far, this season seems to be his best.
Yeah, I'm looking forward if he already hit his ceiling or can actually break more into that. Especially when it comes to the grand final. Hopefully he can make it through. I feel like they're definitely going to get into the grand finals. I want to see when the high pressure of grand finals, will he stay composed or start to feel a bit frantic or being pressured in that situation? Because getting in the grand finals, especially if you know you're so close of getting at number 1 or number 2 spot or being even the top 3, the pressure will actually hit you. And it will affect your gameplay, like it or not.
And let's see if New Era's gameplay this week will somehow be affected positively, because they are one of the teams that missed out on week 1. And that means that they must make it into week 2. But now New Era, this time against CelcomDigi Alliance, the top team from the Malaysian region. 2 players in.
Oh, we lost Adiluk early on just now. We can see if he can just try to redeem himself this time. Sunshine again seems like making a lot of sunshine rays against the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance. Wix X well. Wait, what is going on? CelcomDigi Alliance willingly giving away their bodies one by one, taken out by New Era. New Era, they're gonna grab that, but finally they managed to get some trade going on. Jimmy managed to take down on 2, and Jimmy's taking on 3.
Reload!
Oh, Jimmy!
Reload!
Oh my god!
It was too bad that Jimmy had to reload at that moment. But here comes Vampire Esports. They want the points for themselves. They will take advantage of this situation. And Shrubs moves in, immediately secures 2 points for Vampire Esports. And with that, New Era, short-lived win against CelcomDigi Alliance, as Vampire Esports will be the one to take over this entire compound.
Twice in a row now, Vampires managed to time their timing perfectly well, synchronizing with the teams that still licking their wounds, finish off from one battle to the other, and they just cleaning up the mess twice in a row now. Speaking of perfect timing, my god, I want to know who called the shots when it comes to your navigation throughout the map. That's crazy perfect.
Yeah, the timing, the third partying, absolutely perfect for them. And look at this, Vampire Esports already 8 elimination points in. Ooh, okay, they really want to take that number 1 spot in. It's definitely a good thing if you're number 1 and then you are the one to set the bar for the Super Weekend, because yeah, obviously you want to walk in with that sort of like a red carpet, right, to be in the Super Weekend. But the trade-off is that you need to be prepared for the fact that a lot of teams will be looking at you, like what you mentioned earlier on, and try to cancel you off at then. But I'm sure they must be thinking of like, okay, we'll figure that one out later. Right now is to gain all those points to get our Saturday, Sunday ticket.
Yeah, especially the teams that are having less than 18 points, because 6 points average in a map is the best momentum they're going to have here right now. So we're talking about the teams at the 10th place down to the 16th place to be still alive and well, still having a full squad. Now we're waiting for them to start to rise up to the occasion, but I think they want to play it slightly safe, like how you mentioned before. Whilst on the side of the arena, they're taking a bit of slower rotation. They're coming in later compared to all the other teams. They're already fast on their gear to go as fast as they can swiftly to be in the center of the circle now.
Oh, looks like MEC, as swiftly as they want to get into the circle, one of the players got eliminated while he was on his way. Well, the rest of them managed to make it in. So that's okay. 3 players, you still can come up with something with a chicken dinner. We have seen that before time and time again. But the fact that there's still like 11 other teams, so it's still quite a bit of work that MEC needs to do to score that chicken dinner. Now another team's lurking around the corner. Who's that? Okay, that's ETN. Here we go.
ETN, 11th place. We don't see the best of them just yet. M16 as the most veteran player in the lineup. To get any info that can be amongst the teammates. It's crucial for them to know exactly where teams coming in from and which. Because I know for sure that these guys have been going through the screens multiple times to the point they kind of get some idea regarding info of the other teams. We're looking at some teams still not inside of the circle. XSOPHERE is still trying to fight and battle himself in the blue. Might bomb into SK.
Oh yeah, on the outside at the south side. And the pressure is going to be onto XSOPHERE since SK is the one on the inner side of the circle. While on the north, we have eArena, the hot team right now, might be blocked up by TALON. Well, they can rotate out onto the open side of Gaka, but that means they'll be putting themselves in an open position. So they might want to consider this. Okay, take this fight against TALON, potentially take a couple of points and move it. But of course, it's TALON that we're talking about, so the challenge is going to be big here. Sakura sent in front just to gather that information to see if it's going to be worth it for them to take this fight.
Well, you have to wait and see. SK on the ground. There was a fast execution of sort of RQ. Out there, KHOI still down, bleeding out. There's just a thin wall between them. RRQ and Vampire. Vampire, they've been nicking everyone's from behind before, and now they have to taste a bit of a karma. Heads in as RRQ tried to take them down, but Schweppes deny that. The last man standing of us Vampires eSport. Schweppes screaming over to Mela and Onzen to come into the warehouse to get himself some barricade across those boxes so he can finally revive them. But boom! Coming in fast and quick, and we'll try and wipe both teams out.
Oh, Schweppes, he won't have the time to save his teammate. Unfortunately, the moment boom shows out, Vampire eSports went boom, 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 eliminated immediately, and now it's going to be GenForce against Boom. There's another team looking by as well. Might be looking to make a third party, but GenForce will not go down without a fight. Gets a knockdown to Yummy.
Oh boy. Boom. Did not expect them to fight back this aggressively. They thought only one player left, right? And they are devastating to know that they will be wrong as of the rest of RQ. And that's going to be both Team Vampires and RQ wiped out. Despite they try to take any advantage they can, and boom, they almost botch it.
Ooh, that was a close one though. But now they're the king of Quarry. Let's see if eArena can be the king of the northern side of the circle right now against TALON. This fight will continue on. Boychill gunned down by Moment from the side as eArena Sakura comes in, and they will get Excel. Looks like TALON, they're falling apart at the hands of eArena.
Oh, but eArena, Joker, Tourniquet next, spotted out the rest of TALON. They will fire back. They're trying to wrap things around, going on off angle. Tourniquet reposition himself to slightly to the backside. Oh, but TALON managed to squeeze out from their grasp. But at least he got himself some upgrade of loot, trying to spot out a couple of death boxes laying around. But the circle, where will it go next? It's right on top of D Xaviers, who got himself quite a comfortable compound across that area, across that field. And TODAK will be waiting on the northern side now. eArena, they have to go through at least one team compared to those coming on from the south. South is just too many people.
But Yoru would wish that he has too many people in his team. Unfortunately, he's the only one right now for TALON. as his other team members have been wiped out by eArena. Now, he's drawing a little bit of attention to D-Xavier, as D-Xavier, they're playing a little bit safer this time. And I can totally understand why, since they need to recover from their devastating first 2 rounds. So they will take a passive approach in the middle of the circle with that compound. But for MEC, cannot take the passive approach. It's time for them to get into the circle.
And there's also SK waiting on the high grounds as well. Oh, I spotted out Claw. Pinla. They need to move for SK. Yeah, they're slightly quite close to the circle, but it's quite a place for them to overstay themselves here.
At SK, at least they have an okay entry in. We don't see another team in front. But for eArena, since the fact that after their fight against TALON, now they have TODAK to deal with. And TODAK is going to come in from the outside the circle. And here comes TODAK. But MEC, they try to stop eArena as well. But eArena, they respond back. TONIK gets Voki. Voki eliminated by TONIK by blowing up his vehicle.
Moment. We do know how reckless Moment can be. But he will go in and just leave his teammate. Despite it's an open field, though, he takes the risk anyhow. Moment is one of the players that don't have a care about the risk he's going through, as MAQNA Marzel managed to just heal in the nick of time. But he was shot down on TONIK. That was amazing by Marzel. The tap coming out from that mini 14. Now, eArena, there's nobody can actually save TONIK. He's too far into the blue. Unless, those Zygers will try to blind those teams at the low ground. There's no way for them to shoot them out. But it's still taking too much resources to get themselves out of the blue the moment they manage to just revive the side of TONIK.
Speaking about getting out of the blue, Amazal, he's out of first aid. So it looks like his point will be given away. And that is it. Point denied. Away from the hands of eArena. But TONIK not able to heal up in time. He'll fall back down. His teammates there together with him. Okay. Get into the buggy. Drive away. Should be okay. As long as another team doesn't block them.
Will there be any team to block them? I feel like there might be. Right on top of Corey. Last time we saw Boom was on the left side here, but Boom, I don't know where exactly the positions are. They're hiding themselves so well that nobody coming out from the Exosphere can read them out. TODAK, they're just going to leave Joker, just let them get off and reposition themselves. Not worth chasing the teams that crossing themselves already the other side of the street. It's too much at risk on the side of TODAK to keep chasing around the northern side of the circle. Now, Boom, we talked about them. XSOPHERE, which going to be very close to the side of Boom, while they're leaving Misery right around the compound. But unfortunately, the circle have to push on the north. So it's going to be still these Xaviers taking the center of the circle. Nobody seems to be interested in fight against these Xavier yet. This might give them so much opportunity to win over this chicken dinner.
Ooh, but opportunity for TODAK to take out eArena. And TONIK 10% of health. A Moment down on his knees. The other members of eArena on the other side need to be recovering this one quickly. Okay, TONIK, move away from the fire. Lucky enough that the Molly did not hit directly onto these 2 members of eArena, but they only now have smokes to try to block their view. As TODAK will try to spray onto eArena, Moment will be eliminated. Now Frenzy from the lower ground. We'll try to chase out on the other members of eArena. TONIK very, very low on health. He needs his teammates to buy a little bit more time. Okay, he found that angle. Found that angle against Frenzy. 10% of health. Frenzy still results. But TONIK was the one to be gunned down by Frenzy instead.
Oh, Frenzy. Still got a couple of first aids to be used here. So he's going to be okay. But they have to force the fight against eArena. eArena, there's nowhere to run no more. They have to force this fight anyhow, as TODAK slowly wiping off their member one by one, taking out like flies now. Sakura, open space, nowhere to run. eArena, despite they're having themselves at number 1 spot, at least it's got himself a couple of donations down there, but that big name from Claw speaks louder than everyone else right now, as SK will have to kneel themselves with that much damage, but they managed to trade off with M16 against Boo Boo, who is 1-to-1 trade for both teams at the current moment.
Nate onto a moving vehicle, that was definitely something by Boboho. And now for SK, okay. They're playing by the edge of the circle, but they also have to be careful because another team's close by. But Claw, they continue to rain nades onto them. This time it's going to be Red Face, knocking down the two players of SK. It's go time now for Claw. They know that there's only one active player left for SK. They're looking for him behind that vehicle, and here comes Red Face to finish him off. SK out number 8, no eliminations.
Oh, well, we do know the players of Claw. They have quite a dramatic turnaround just now. On the side of Boom, I'm looking at how much longer they want to stay here. They managed to take down our ETN players from long range distance so far. Long range shots, but the problem is those warehouses will force them. If you still want to take the fight against ETN, you have to make it a CQC. And F16 will make sure the only entryway for them will be heavily guarded by himself. But for him to go against 1v4 is not going to be the best scenario for M16. He still needs backup. He still needs some cover fight from the back.
And M16 on the lower ground though. It has a little bit more time because of the circle. Boom eSports, high guard advantage against ETN. Trying to land this nade across. There's nowhere near M16. On the elimination feed, KNS just got down from TODAK. Tam managed to respond back by knocking out KNS and Grafki. Just in time, he lobbed that nade before he was knocked. But we're going to focus on the boom right now because they not only have ETN, they have another team across. Now on screen, we have TODAK. Looks like they're going to lung on the XSOPHERE.
Where is the last member of XSOPHERE? Is so far apart, and this is going to be a Thanksgiving feast for them, as all three of them just kneeling inside of this very small shack, this very small hut. Yep, Frenzy, when we can stand, he just starts shooting. And last member of XSOPHERE is going to be Lobby X. Oh boy, this is going to be going real tough for Lobby X. I can see where this is going for him.
Ooh, even tougher for the teams on the south. Boom eSports and ETN. This fight has to end right now. But looks like Boom eSports, they're having the advantage against ETN. ETN only one player left. And it's going to be a kill. All right. Low ground. Boom has him cornered. I mean, there's almost no way for him to get out of this situation.
Kind of stuck himself between a swarm of Boom players. Q, he's hoping for the team to stop scouring and stop trying to find him. Oh, if he move an inch, Octa definitely going to spot him out in an instant. I think they kind of get the idea there's one more player here because the ban is still not out for the entire team. So they still try to fish him out. And boom, I mean, they're willing to go as long as it takes and how much their utilities can go trying to find that one single player. On the other side, TODAK, the moment they just ram into Red Face. Now there's a bit of trading done while we still have Claw player Pepang still standing, trying to fight back. TODAK down with only 2 players left, but one of them pretty not healthy right now. Zuxi arrived from the back line. The nade actually kept him down to 50% of HP, but we're down to 4. And TODAK with one remaining player, Boom is in the blue, while Claw with 2 players, these Saviors, still have a full squad.
Oh, my Frenzy is busy as well. Looks like they know exactly where he is. Okay, the smoke is still covering Frenzy. Zuxi takes his time to reset and reloot. Think that they're going to close the gap between themselves and Frenzy. Frenzy on a vehicle. Looks like he's going to drive away. Not going to continue on the fight with Claw.
Bank. Frenzy coming in. Oh, is Frenzy going alone and solo-handedly just going to deal with Boom by himself? We've seen this seems like a graveyard hut for the teams that actually fought in here. He was knocked down there early on as well. He's going back to find himself a couple of upgrade of loot, at least replenish his resources too. And nobody seems to be spotting him out yet for Frenzy. While these Xaviers from the silence now suddenly speaking it out against Boom.
Well, but the Xavier, look at this. This time it's a much better round for them. But we're back at Frenzy right now. The lone ranger for TODAK against Boom eSports. But a nade in front of Yummy. It did not connect at all. Instead, it's going to be Yummy lobbing those nades into the smoke, hoping to land something on the Frenzy, but nothing connected yet. As all these teams, they are in the circle. They might as well wait out for stage number 7. Where will the circle go? Who will be favored by it? And looks like the circle will favor 2 sets of different teams, including Frenzy in it.
I feel like it's going to be Boom versus these Xaviers for the end of this. But hey, prove me wrong. If Claw can actually claw their way up, and then that's something else. Zoxy managed to take down on Octa. As boom, there's no more 4. They're down to 3. Frenzy, how to get out from there, buddy? He drove himself in there. He dug his own grave, and now all eyes on to Frenzy as Boom tried to take him down, but at least he got some barricade here compared to the Boom side. Around the at the foot of the hill down there, not really a lot of barricade for themselves except for their vehicles. But Frenzy, he got multiple death boxes laying around, so he definitely got almost infinite amount of ammo to keep firing against the Boom players.
At least Frenzy, he's in the shack and he's in the circle, so a little bit of advantage for Frenzy against Boom Esports. Now, could this lead that? The answer is no, not yet. But the pressure right now will be on the Boom Esports. They might crash in directly on the Frenzy. Here we go. Go directly. Mastery! Knocked out by Frenzy! Beautifully executed, but now he has to deal with the other 2 members of Boom Esports. Frenzy gets another one, but not able to get a 3rd one. He almost got 0. That was close enough for Frenzy.
There we go. We call it Frenzy can actually score that one out. Yummy was jumping across at the other side, and just within those very small cracks of those huts, just now those shack, he was being pinned down with the DBS right in his face. But yeah, man oh man, Frenzy almost secured another couple of, maybe he's got 1 elimination out of that. I didn't score another one more for his consolation side. But back towards the side of Claw, D Xaviers and Boom. It's going to be 2v2v4 with D Xaviers now finally start to make a move and open up their formation, trying to gain as much information regarding the position of each of the player for respective team of Claw and as well as Boom Esports.
Well, welcome to the top 3 D Xavier with 4 players intact. 4v2v2. Everyone's in circle now. And D Xavier has this compound, but that might change in stage number 8. While Claw, 2 players, they're going to spread out at the northern side. Everyone's managing the circle at this point. But we'll see stage 8 circle now. And looks like it slightly goes towards the north. And D Xavier, they have to move out their compound.
Pepeng. Can see Pepeng on the screen right now as well. It's so difficult to scout the players from his point of view right now. But the Xavier's Parages try to bait them out, making some noise. Definitely try to affect their psychology plays by giving them so much room to make a mistake here. Don't take the bait for Pepeng. He knows he's veteran enough, he's experienced enough. That's just going to be a bluff on the side of the Xaviers. It means that if the moment you saw the players of the other side is trying to take vehicles, going around, trying to bait you out, it shows that they have no clue regarding your position. And that's what Claw responding to as the side of the Xaviers, not giving them anything to work at all.
Oh, here comes the nade. So to Pepeng, forced to move to the side. But somehow Pepeng is still alive. But oh, Pepeng! Oh man, this guy. But finally, Levi's managed to land a nade on the Pepeng. Now that he's down. Only Zaxi left. And Zaxi by the edge of the circle. D Xavier, they're looking for him now.
Oh, Nate T. Zaxi, difficult times here. To hold the line by himself against the entirety of the Xaviers, who's trying to take him down and crush him like just a bug. But it's not impossible if they can work things out with the duo. But unfortunately, Porridge, what a perfect nade! Landed right on top of Zaxi just now. Now these Xaviers, all they need to think about, it's going to be against Boom. 4v2. Mathematically speaking, it should not be Boom winning. But hey, Boom surprised us with those yummy plays.
Yeah, now that the fact that they open up a bit of a space, giving them a little bit more chance. But the Blue is right behind them. Now we're at stage 9. The Blue will put pressure on the Boom Esports first. That's going to be a thing. Nade on the 0 will not connect. Yummy moves forward. He does have a tree in front of him, giving a little bit more extra space away from the Blue itself.
Origin spotted out with 0. That's going to be a long nade flying over to the side of Boom right now. Exchanging the nades between the players for their long-range hand grenade toss. Levi, on the other hand, keep an eye on Levi because Levi is trying to reposition himself north angle that might surprise the rest of Boom player. Yummy, if he's not being aware of this, he's trying to go for the furthest flank possible, but caught in the act. 0 with 1-3. What can he do? He got 1 on Lamborghini. But nonetheless, these Xaviers they have been quite early on for this particular reason, to get that chicken dinner. Their eyes onto the prize. Just get the chicken, you're definitely going to get more scores than they usually do.
Xavier coming in back with a bang. Although not as many elimination points, but it doesn't matter for Xavier. As long as they score the chicken dinner, bring back the momentum to Xavier. And this round they play fairly safely, which is okay. Again, you just want to get the mojo back for yourselves, and that's exactly what Xavier did. And with the chicken dinner, obviously they will score more than 10 points. Probably 14, probably 16. We'll tabulate that on. But Xavier, this is what they need. They need the chicken dinner.
They're playing it very conservatively compared to how they used to be in the last season. They're not aiming for those eliminations, they're aiming only for the points. And what's the best way to get the points unharmed, safely and secure to get into the grand finals? By getting into this week's Super Weekend first, playing it safe, playing it quiet, but playing it very strategic as well. They're not getting the most when it comes to elimination, but enough to put themselves in one of the top teams to be eyed out for. Lamborghini, Levi's, Virgin, and Nate T. I mean, each one of them, except for Nate T, of course, they've been taking themselves at least 5 eliminations this round.
And also to point out, you don't always get to see the Honey Badger as a weapon of choice. Normally you see the E4, you still see the Scar Ls here and there, you see the DBS or the S12K, but Honey Badger, this is a rare one, yes. So screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, you probably won't get to see this that often in the future. But we'll talk about the future more after this highlight.
Now, these Xaviers have been quiet and not showing off too much when it comes to so far this season, for a good reason. Now, 1,482 damage coming from the side of these Xaviers compared to TODAK, on the other hand. Well, that's quite a number of damage dished out by this team.
Yeah, TODAK, they definitely fought this round, right? 2,262 damage. I wonder how much of that converted into elimination points, because we saw a lot of them in action at the northern side, team after team. One of them is eArena as well, by the way. But we'll check that one out later, because right now we're going to celebrate the MVP himself, Mr. OG for Xavier, Lamborghini.
That's quite a high percentage for the headshot, 21% so far across the entirety of today. I mean, like, it's been 3 maps. A lot of them just landed around 7%. 14% of the headshot percentage. But when it comes to Lamborghini, he definitely aimed the head more than the body. But somehow it landed in between. Now, these Xaviers, they play it safe. They try to balance both. I think it works out for the side of the Xaviers. They go score themselves 15 points, even though it's almost similar amount of points with Boom and Claw, even TODAK. We have quite a plenty of teams when it comes to double digit this map.
Yeah, up to 5, right? That includes Vampire Esports with no rank points, no problem for them. 11 eliminations, bringing them a total of 11 points. But this time around, the only team that did not score any points is MAC. I think Fuse, he needs to remember to watch the game. You know, they're playing today, Fuse.
Yeah, but I think they need some cheer and also maybe a bit of, attention from the side of management too. But eArena, despite they lost this round and the previous round of Erangel quite early on, they still secured some elimination points. They still managed to still stand strong when it comes to the total points and number 1 spot. It's quite a gap, I would say, between them and XSOPHERE when it comes to second place, but still unshakable between these two teams right on top, including TALON and GLUBLUG. GLUBLUG and TODAK on the other hand. TODAK has been performing way different if you compare with last season.
Yeah, especially compared to the Super Weekend. So far so good for TODAK. But on page number 2, okay. At the bottom right now, we have 3 teams with a single digit. MEC, SK, and kind of surprising to see CelcomDigi Alliance down there because they were superb during the group stages last week. So to see them with a single digit, it's kind of weird. But you still have more games to come for them. As for the Xavier, after scoring that chicken dinner, finally they brought in points to their team, and they are now knocking on the door to be on page 1.
I don't know, this team sometimes, when you feel like it's not your day, it's just not your day. Some of the days that you feel like, I don't think I can do this, it's definitely going to affect the entire day performance. You just sometimes the ups and downs for the teams, especially for CelcomDigi Alliance. I feel it's awkward to see them down there because when it comes to the Malaysian region teams, they're usually one of the best when it comes to performance, plus the most consistent team out of all the others out there. But maybe this season, with so many, new clubs and teams coming up, as well as plenty of rookie players, make it somewhat difficult for the players that used to be veteran. Seems to be reading out, it's just the flow is different, the dynamics change, so they have to readapt themselves once more.
Yeah, or maybe the other teams are just hungrier because of what's at stake here this season, right? Only top 3 will move on to EWC. But there's still 3 more games to go after this, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we're going to take a break. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one.
Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Magic right now, but right amount of players bring barbecue to death off. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of Seed already here. Rocky out the open, the potato. Strategic. The one interrupted right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk bicara kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
คงไม่พ้นมอแมนครับ เพราะว่าพี่ไผ่กวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP เคเนครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last-last ni diorang punya meta yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเรนเกลครับ เพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama GLUBLUG.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome back for the interview section before the second half, which we already passed 3 games. Join with me right now, EA Tourney K, and then XSOPHERE Lobby X and Mr. Pooh. Let's go. So before we are going for the 4th game or the second half, we are having a question for the players, starting from EA Tourney K. Okay, the first one, huge congrats on the winner chicken dinner and MVP in Game 2 today. Just second season in, EA is already making waves. Second place in the Super Weekend and leading week 2 day 1. Is there a secret training routine behind your team?
ก็ก่อนอื่นขอแสดงความยินดีกับการได้ไก่ในวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็ได้ MVP ในเกมที่2สำหรับ Tourney K อยากรู้ว่า eArena เนี่ยมีแผนการเล่นลับๆยังไงบ้างหรือว่ามีวิธีการซ้อมลับๆยังไงบ้างทำให้เราจบอันดับดีมากๆใน Super Weekend วีคที่แล้วครับ
ก็เล่นปกติครับไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะเพราะว่าเล่นคิดเยอะเราจะเข้าไม่ได้ครับผมก็เลยเล่นกันปกติ
We just perform as our usual because if we focus it too much it will be too hard to play.
Enjoy, relax for the gameplay for the eArena itself. I really like it. The next one is, since your name is Tourney K and EA is dominating now, do you think EA will be the next dominating Thailand team over Vampire Esports and you are the next Tourney K?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับ eArena ทำได้ดีมากๆเลยแล้วก็กำลังมีฟองก็เล่นที่เข้าฝักเลยคิดว่าปีนี้เราสามารถจะได้แชมป์ได้ไหมแล้วเราสามารถจะกลายเป็น Tourney K คนถัดไปได้ไหมครับ
ก็ถ้าผมคิดก็มีโอกาสได้แชมป์อยู่ครับแล้วก็ถ้าถามเรื่องเป็นโทนี่ได้ไหมก็ให้มันเป็นเรื่องของอนาคตครับโฟกัสตอนนี้มากกว่าครับ
In my opinion, I think definitely we can become the champion. But if you ask me if I can be next Tourney K or not, I would leave it into the future. We will just focus on today on this tournament.
Focus for the tournament, but maybe because Tourney K really play well at the first 2 games or 3 games today. And the next one is just curious. Is there any connection between you and Tourney K given the resemblance in the name?
ก็อยากรู้เฉยนะครับว่าชื่อของเราเนี่ย Tourney K เนี่ยมีที่มามีอะไรที่เกี่ยวข้องกับ Tourney K หรือเปล่าเพราะว่าชื่อคล้ายๆกันมากเลย
ก็ถ้าเทอร์นี่ก็ชื่อผมครับเพราะว่าชื่อพัตเตอร์ก็เลยเอามาแปลงเป็นเทอร์นี่ครับแล้วก็ชอบโทนี่ด้วยครับก็เลยเอามาใช้ครับ
Okay, at first my nickname is Putter, so I put it into the Tourney, and I also like Tourney K, so I make it into the Tourney K.
Look up for the players, and right now they are the art nemesis, we can say. This is not in the script, but I kind of curious with EA right now because Mormon is in front of us right now. Do you have any command for Mormon that just joined eArena right now, Tourney K?
มีอะไรอยากจะบอกมอแมนที่เพิ่งเข้าeArenaได้ในซีซั่นนี้บ้างไหมครับ
ก็ถ้าพูดเรื่องผลงานก็ทำได้ดีครับแล้วก็คอยเบรกน้องๆเวลาใจร้อนครับก็โดยรวมถือว่าดีครับ
In terms of his performance, it's really good, and he always like controlling us, like helping us to get through the game. So yeah, he's really great.
Love the experience coming from Mormon and eArena is a big deal right now for the week number 2. So thank you so much for Tourney K. We are continue with the XSOPHERE Lobby X. This guy is also one of the OG player from Thailand from my perspective. So that way, first one, XSOPHERE did not qualify to week 1 Super Weekend. And earlier today, RRQ mentioned it was because they were too slow to adapt to the lobby compared to other teams. Was it the same case for you, or was it due to something else?
ก็ในวีคที่แล้วนะครับทีม XSOPHERE เนี่ยไม่ได้ไปเล่นใน Super Weekend เพราะว่าแล้วก็วันนี้ทีม RQ เขาได้บอกไปว่าเพราะว่าทีมเขาปรับตัวได้ช้าเข้ากับล็อบบี้ในคราวนี้คิดว่าทีมเรามีปัญหาเดียวกันไหมครับหรือว่ามีปัญหาอื่น
ก็ถ้าจากวีค 1ก็ปัญหาเดียวกันครับแต่ว่าวีคนี้เราเล่นแบบว่าไม่มีอะไรจะเสียแล้วครับถ้าไม่เข้าวีคนี้เราก็ไม่ได้ไปต่อรอบไฟนอล
I would say yes, it is the same problem with the RQ, but now we got nothing left to lose. So yeah, we will try to get to the Super Weekend because we got nothing left to lose.
I see. The second or the last chance, maybe week number 2, they play their best to go for the Super Weekend and also hoping for the grand final. The second one, if no qualified through PMNC Thailand twice this year. In your experience, what is the biggest difference you notice between PMNC and PMSL?
ก็ เรานะครับได้เข้ามาเล่นใน PMSL จากการคุริฟายผ่าน PMSC มาถึง2 รอบด้วยกันในปีนี้รู้สึกมีความแตกต่างไงบ้างครับในการเล่นระหว่างใน PMSC แล้วก็ใน PMSL
ก็ความแตกต่างก็เรื่องวงอะครับที่ปัญหาหลักเพราะว่าวงไม่เหมือนกัน จังหวะการมูฟก็ไม่เหมือนกันหลายๆทีมก็สไตล์การเล่นก็แตกต่างกันมากกว่านี้
Yes, definitely it's really different because especially the circle. The circle makes the timing different. So yeah, many teams facing the same issue. So I would say totally different.
So I think the continuity, that's about the circle. How about we can say the aim or the power from the players? Is it so far the gap between PMNC and also PMSL or just slightly different?
ก็ถ้าถามนอกจากเรื่องวงเรื่องสกิลเพลย์ของผู้เล่นแต่ละคนมีความแตกต่างกันมากไหมครับ
ก็สำหรับผมก็คิดว่าแตกต่างครับแต่ว่าในลีกของไทยก็มีบางทีมที่แข่งแล้วก็มีบางทีมที่ยังไม่ค่อยแข่งเท่าไหร่ครับ
I would say yes, of course, it's still different between like player skill, but in terms of the Thailand league, we still have some stronger team and some lower team. So yeah, that make the difference.
I see. So it's same with the Indonesian league also for that thing. So is there any player from a Thai team you look up to, someone you dream of becoming one day, and what is your message to him?
ก็มีผู้เล่นจากทีมไทยคนไหนบ้างครับที่ว่าเรากำลังจับตามองเขาอยู่หรือว่าเราชอบเขาอยู่แล้วก็มีอะไรอยากจะบอกเขาไหมครับ
มีล่าครับ The Bag
Vampire Mela or Mela he is the carry
still Mela or Mila you guys say about the name and I think the last one is it better to play with the XSOPHERE right now or Infinity
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับในการเล่นระหว่าง XSOPHERE กับระหว่างตอนอยู่ที่ Infinity
ก็มันหลายอารมณ์ครับบอกไม่ถูก
I really have a lot of different feeling
but at some point right now XSOPHERE is playing really well and they say that they do not have anything to lose and play the best for the week number 2 so that way thank you so much for Lobby thank you so much for Tourniquet also for Mr. Pooh and we are going for the second half, the other 3 games that will be played today. And I think there will be a lot of changes, a lot of different. But one thing for sure, the action pack is still happen. So that way, without further ado, as always, let's go to the casters.
Thank you so much, Aldogi, for that. Very feisty questions coming up from the interview. I love for the fact that, you know what, Lobby X not going to give it away. It's a different team and a different feeling. When it comes to the side of eArena, I mean, they are on top of the chart. And we can see even during their qualifiers of PMNC seem to be a real fight for the players to finally squeeze in towards this stage.
Yeah, and I like that finally someone asked the question about like, oh, are you Tony K related? Yeah. But we can see that when he says about like, oh, I do like Tony K, you know, he's like an idol and all that. And it definitely shows in his gameplay. And because of that, of course, that contributed to eArena now being at the top. So he definitely wants to set a new bar for himself too. Well, maybe he didn't say it, but then again, by him bringing in a name that is similar to Tony K, I'm sure that he has this ambition of being just as good as him.
Maybe even better. Now that speaks something in volume itself. He can actually take over the reign up there. But so far when it comes to the top 4 fighters, 29 knocks out of eArena. It shows how dominant they are in this field right now. And very similar numbers when it comes to Vampire and Aura get 13 knocks. While TODAK, despite you don't see them as crazy with their points compared to the Thai teams up there, but it's still, when it comes to their performance, I have to break it. I feel like they're quite consistent this week.
I like how the continuation from the interview, right? It's like, okay, we asked that question, now we have to compare exactly these two players. But of course, this is based on the stats of today. And Tony K, well, eArena in general, they've been performing well. So naturally, the stats do favor Tony K. Now we have to compare like the good-looking stats. Both of them have their have similar features. Now that I'm looking at it, right? Like both of them have this a similar hairstyle. I can see where the inspiration comes from.
Oh wow, to that extent, really. But we still have one more Erangel left in the double Miramar for the rest of day 1 in week 2 of the PMSL summer season here. But just now, I want to point out that when it comes to play style between the two teams, the real difference is where you're being actually taken into a corner. Especially for Tony K, if you compare with Tony K. Tony K is a bit straightforward when it comes to his gunfire fight. While Tony K, we get to see the best of him when he actually being gunned down in multiple angles and have to handle that by himself. A bit more flashy plays coming up from Tony K, maybe across the entirety of his journey in PUBG Mobile, has taught him to be a bit more creative in certain circumstances. But I'm looking forward for Tony K to be shaped into, you know, at his peak season or the better version or something more.
I feel like every time we say their names side by side, right, I have to really squint like Tony K or
Which K?
Tony K. I know, right? If it's like Tony K, guys, if you say it like fast, like next to each other, they'll be like, who? Yeah. But that's the thing, right? That's what players like to do to us as casters. They like to give us weird names, hard to pronounce names, or even close names. But what else is close is maybe another more step here for these players towards Esports World Cup. That will be their next destination. Only the top 3 will be there, and they will be able to play live at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but it's going to be a different world stage with a different stake here. We're talking about millions of dollars for the prize pool, of course. And that's going to be a lot of hurdles for the players to go through to be at that stage, especially when it comes to the teams that still hasn't scored himself any super weekend here. So for them, this week is going to be the last chance to make it through to get into the grand finals. From the grand finals, only selected top teams will get the place and the slot into the Esports World Cup. So there's a lot of job to do. But also we want to thank none other than our sponsors, which is going to be Techno Poba 7 series. Now, you know what this? It's designed. I love it. It lands nicely on your palm whenever you play any game, especially FPS games. And also the Ultra 5G will empower you to win your ultimate battle regardless of what circumstance it will be. So if you guys don't see this device as something that you are interested into, you know, it's so difficult to find a device that can balance out the photographic images and its value of photograph and videography and play game at the same time. I swear to God, this device right now is the best on the market when it comes to balancing both.
Yeah, and don't take it from us, right? Take it from the players, because that's exactly the phone that's being used right now on stage at PMSL. So zoom into the players, at least from your view, if you want to get a better look on the phones themselves. And we'll be coming back onto the players' views very, very soon. But before that, we're going to look at some of the teams to focus here. So, it's by chance that I happen to just put teams into my teams to focus, but we happen to have like 3 Thai teams here on my side, okay? And for you, you're still pretty consistent with yours.
I mean, that's the teams that I want to focus on today, because right now, I mean, we see the rise of TODAK when it comes to the scores and numbers. Statistics don't lie. We can see they are rising up the occasion. Their performance are increasing gradually. But if you look at Vampires is a team that they have the capability to turn the table around. And it's not many teams that actually can do that. That's just how huge the skill gap between them. And if you compare with a team like KHOI Esport or SK, because, you know, you can be that confident to wait it out the last minute to make a bombastic ending. And not many people, not even any teams can actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, there'll definitely be surprises. I'm sure of that. And if KHOI can actually be one of those surprise teams to actually make it through, that'll be great. In fact, I would like to see, right? Like, this is the ideal situation for dramatic purposes. Like, for all the teams that did not make it into week 1 Super Weekend to be able to go through. especially GLU squad, because they, come on, how can you not like the jersey that they have, right? By the way, it's on sale, by the way, so you can actually purchase one of these. Amazing stuff there. Yeah, and if ideally every single team that didn't make Super Weekend 1 gets into Super Weekend 2, it will be dramatic, and that's what we want to see.
I agree. And even XSOPHERE themselves just now in the interview mentioned regarding the position here, they have nothing else to lose now. They have to really push themselves out there. And I love the fact, you know what? I hope, okay, back towards the Jersey side, I hope all the other teams can, you know, try to do as glue. So people have options to choose when it comes to jersey colors. And it would be fun to have, you know, still the same logo, still the same pattern, but different colors version of jersey, you know, like this. It doesn't have to be the same color background for each of the jerseys. Sometimes you feel like pink today, you feel like blue today, you feel like yellow today. Why not?
By that time, why choose when you can get all of them? Why sell one when you can sell 5, right? See, that's a business proposition to the orgs out there. You know, if we see another org actually doing that, you know that it came from the English desk. You know, Chuchu, every season we come up with some idea that sometimes it gets turned into reality. We need some level of royalty here.
Yeah, it would be nice to even say, you know, just credit us a bit. It would be great. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, credit with actual credit into the bank account, you know, wouldn't mind that. You know, 1% of maybe the jersey sales wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, but that never gonna happen, buddy. Just, you guys have to leave with that. But okay, back to our games here. So, we see TODAK this season way confident, better, stronger, faster. But we also have the coming back from the veteran side. It feels like this season is a season of the new and the legendary, the legacy combined together and merged into one. But at the same time, there are teams that I noticed, especially I think you guys noticed too, watching from the audience seat, teams like the Xaviers, you'll be asking, what happened to them? Their last season's champion. I think from what they learned in the last season is, you know what? It's okay. League stage, we just play not really casual, but enough to get into the grand finals. Grand finals is the one that we get to really see all their secret tactics, all their secret strategy they've been planning for years or even months to that point, because nobody wants to reveal their card way early on during the league stage.
Yeah, because playing it objectively, right? Like, you want to reveal everything during the league stages? Yeah, you get a few extra points from the collected Super Weekend if you're like number 1. But ultimately, it's like the points can be caught up in the grand finals. But sometimes, like, those extra points can mean something, can mean the differentiator between you and also getting the title. So it really depends on how the teams really look at things, right? Like, if they look at it, it's like, okay, we rather not show anything, or maybe at least not show too much. We'll save those few points, it's okay. But in the grand finals, we can make up for those few points. So yeah, maybe the Xavier is one of them. And of course, they are a very experienced team. They have not changed their lineup that much at least. So still very high potential. I don't see the Xavier as a team that's just here to fill the slot. I believe that they do still have it to come out with a big bang in the finals later.
I just feel like they're saving it for later, man. We've seen their best version. We've seen how aggressive they can be. But right now, I'm looking at them being very strategic, not revealing too much about what they have in their mind. Well, I would be worried, for example, the teams that's really performing, because it's always been the trend. I'm going to say it up straight here. Hate me, love me, it's up to you. A lot of teams that performed so well during the league stage, it's going to be tough for them in the grand finals, because it feels like they revealed too much of their cards too early on, that whenever they're trying to come up with something new, the very short amount of time that they have between the league stage finished off and to prepare for the grand finals is not enough for them to come up with a new strategy. So it's pretty smart actually to, you know what, okay, we use this kind of rotation, we just focus on this and that. Looks like a bit low profile, but it's fine because the main aim here is just to get into the grand final first. The grand final is going to be a
Thank you, Moment. We need a bit of that.
Hey, he lost a lot of weight though for Moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe not enough money from the prize pool. Oof.
Or maybe have too much of that prize pool. They actually hired, customized chefs, customized dietitian, everything else.
Maybe to justify that they need to win more trophies, If they win more trophies, then we justify like, okay, we'll get a personal chef for you. Just for you, because Choo says you lost weight. So we cannot have that, We gotta show you being the buff guy.
Oh man, now it's on me. Thanks. I think it's CelcomDigi Alliance. We have to talk more about this team because right now this team is not doing well at all. So we've seen them a bit more aggressive, and always I've seen when it comes to regions like Indonesia region or even the Malaysia regions, the more aggressive they get, the better the outcome, and it feels like that's gonna push the momentum. For the Thai side, for the Vietnam side, they're more towards, we're gonna go low profile, but when it comes to the grand final, the momentum is something else entirely. But when the grand final happens, that's where we get all the teams really pushing it out, while the league stage is all about, grand final first.
You know what? It's the final moment before we go on to the game. I just have to say this. GLU squad, their jersey also has a morpher in it. So it's not only like the top half, but it goes down to the morpher thingy. That's great. I like that. Okay, but let's see what those teams that you mentioned will be pumping it up in this round. Last Erangel today. Let's go.
Welcome back from the break, because right now we're heading and flying on top of the Erangel map one more time. Before I close the day with double Miramar after this. But we do know when it comes to the last Erangel map, sometimes the circle can go a bit unbalanced.
Especially if it's the last Erangel circle, come on. We have been seeing like what? 2 Gatka circles. Oh, okay, 1 Gatka, and okay, I would say that the Milta-ish circle is kind of wonky, so that's okay. But of course, our favorite, still waiting to be shown on the game. Military base circle. Let's go for it. Considering that the flight path starts from the north to the south, a lot more teams would want to jump earlier. So we might see a maximum of 2 teams in military base, especially from the last round, what we learned. So if it's military base, it will be the best time this time for it to show up. So let's go, military base circle.
If the circle lands on Zaki, it's time for me to retire. The only place where the circle never register ever in this map. We never get ever one time Zaki. So this kind of be interesting one. We still have a 50% of SMB. But we might have a slightly towards the bridge side for what ending that. So it's going to be tough for the teams to call out whether they want to go down south all the way, or the safest bet is going to be just around Gatka or just around Ferry Pier area.
Yeah, since it's like 70% Gatka, right? So yeah, most teams might want to take that route to play around Gatka, which is understandable. But if any team were to like just take that risk, go to military base, and it pays out later, then it'll be interesting. But what's interesting? Long range. Knock onto Mormon. Ooh, he needs his teammates now. But the rest of Roy coming in, especially Mango. So it looks like Mormon will be dancing his way to the lobby this time.
He's having that dance way too early on. Oh man, that's going to be a bummer feeling for his side. The moment he danced right off the camera, bowing out with a dance, hope as well. But on the side of Roy, they managed to score 1 elimination. I guess that's a great start for them. Mango, that's how Mormon being extinguish his fire of dancing just now, the better members of VOIN. Other than that, we don't have any hot drops between these teams. And so far, I have to say that everybody seems to be respecting their territory instead of we're hoping for explosive last map. But if only Alter Ego is playing, there's more spice into it. Hans, for you being swapped in this time.
Yeah, don't worry, Alter Ego will be playing tomorrow. So in case any of you out there wondering, oh, where's Alter Ego? Oh, where's Sem9? Where's BTR? Tomorrow, people, don't worry. And not only Asa, so it looks like MEC is going to make a swap as well. So Kim, who had an explosive performance in last week's group stages, this time, it's going to take a break this round. And I guess looking at MEC's current performance of 2 points, they clearly need to make any changes that they can. So I guess that's fine. Let's see how will they change their fate.
MEC still trying to trace their steps. Thomas being swapped with MAQNA for the side of ETN. Now, I'm always curious. I hope one day, PUBG Mobile can actually do this. The league of the PMNC, like how Eldogi asked regarding his interview, right? Everybody have this question and this debacle between which region's league is going to be the toughest one. Is it Thai region? Is it Indonesia region? Is it Malaysia? Is it Vietnam? It would be interesting to see if we have just, I don't know what you want to call it, a show match or anything, just to see which region is the toughest. How about we take our champion team of PMSL to try battle it out in each of the region as invited team, just to see the standard between each of the region, but the consistent value that we get is seeing our champion, how would they fare in each of the region. But it's gonna be exhausting though.
Okay, I was actually thinking of PMWC, but then again, the format that you mentioned is like every region's PMNC champion meets
No,
right?
No. It means that the PMSL champion have to compete in the PMNC teams of each region. Like 15 PMNC of, example, the Thailand region, and 1 slot from the PMSL champions. Maybe it's just a show match. That would be great too. Just to see the scale of difference. Because the constant value that we're going to get out of that is from the PMSL champions. Since they are the champion, they should be the best in the region. So if we see how they fare between all these 4 regions to see the outcome, But it's going to be super exhausting for the champion, of course.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Well, another way to look at how things are running right now in the game is CelcomDigi Alliance. You did ask for a better performance from them. At least they will have a decent start here by knocking out Popo. Try to secure that elimination point while Jimmy OP needs a little bit of backup. His teammates are close by and they are opening up the space against Claw. The Claw right now, without their IGL. They're picking it up though. He should be able to recover Popo, so he should be fine since there's a good amount of distance between themselves and CelcomDigi Alliance. But Popo, the moment he went up, he goes down again.
And CelcomDigi Alliance having a different approach this time, a bit more aggressive, a bit more productive compared to the previous 2 games in Erangel before. They're not sitting on their hands anymore. They look, spot it out, try to give cover fire, or even go straight for the head in case they try to pick over the other side of a mountain. Jimmy and Leon's, on the other hand, are left with a very important mission here. Try to scatter the teams. They try to take over this area, and Claw will force to back out from where they stand, but they will bump into TALON. Now, this is tough for Claw. They hardly have enough loop that they managed to gather early on, and they being shooed away by CelcomDigi Alliance right off the bat.
Yeah, everyone's like, okay, still 16 team, guys. Okay, calm down, 16 teams. So fights that are 50-50 enough, it's not worth for them to take, because if you go out now, obviously you don't have any placement points. So even like TALON is like, okay, we'd rather get into a better position. It's only stage 1. Same goes for Claw. Probably same goes for CelcomDigi Alliance, unless if they got the elimination earlier, then it's a bonus. But if not, then you know what? It's 20 more seconds before stage 2. Let's get into a good position instead.
ETN. We don't see a lot of ETN today, don't we?
Okay.
I try to recall. We don't see a lot of flashy plays or even top 5 teams for ETN so far. But we're going to have to wait that for a bit. Vampires, surprisingly, they are leaving Shreps way behind compared to all the 3 players. But whoever get the airdrop as a bonus is going to be, you know, extra loot and extra level 3 of everything. But the circle, surprisingly, nobody coming up from the northern side.
Not many teams coming from the north. And I guess it's because of the stage 1 circle, right? Like, there is a small chance that it will go to meet the base. That's why everyone tries to play closer to the bridge. But you asked for ETN, now you will get it. And looks like ETN, so far so good against eArena. But eArena, they fight back. They will still get a Q, and he will be down. The rest of ETN, they're coming in. Look at the minimap. They don't want eArena to recover. They have arrived. Here we go again.
Oh, but Roy's butting into this business today. Are very interested into third party in this one. Sakura fighting for his life. While eArena, they're slowly losing their members, but they will fight back. But regardless of that, such tenacity showcased by the side of eArena will not be enough. ETN, while we ask about the performance here today, is showing us what they are made of. Wiped out the #1 seat up there.
Could this be a start of the power shift here? eArena, only 1 point this time around. But things might change later in Miramar, because it's a totally new map, obviously, with a totally new set of teams. So we'll see what happens next. Right now, gonna see what's gonna happen here with SK, with one of the players out, and the point will be given to CelcomDigi Alliance, who's just above them. And we have to welcome CelcomDigi Alliance to the double-digit club now.
Oh, finally, welcome to the Big Boys League. Now, CelcomDigi Alliance showing that they want to get their numbers up by going aggressive straight off the bat and not showing any sign of slowing down. Doki taken out on CelcomDigi Alliance player. But the thing is, Silence will not stay quiet anymore. He fired back. And they're chasing Olio out of the map, maybe. But definitely out of the circle for now. For the side of SK Silence, they lost 1 member before, 1 knockdown. They're only down to 2. But, well, that vehicle definitely going to take Olio some time to finally explode it up.
Emptying his magazine now onto the hovercraft. Leon's pretty much doing the same on the other side. And Olio fighting against Shin. Okay. Now they will definitely continue on to try to wipe out the remaining members of SK. And that's only 1 player, Silence, in the warehouse. CelcomDigi Alliance have him surrounded. So at this point, it's pretty much a matter of time. Does it help that the blue is now on top of Silence?
Oh man, it's not done yet for SK. I'm looking at Axo. They're definitely interested. Lobby X and Kenneth already make a move to his side of CelcomDigi Alliance too. But the moment they want to get into the fray, CelcomDigi Alliance finish off the battle against what they're going for. SK, unfortunately, still not budgeable from that single-digit 5 points. It's going to be tough for them with the remaining only 2 maps here.
Wow. Will it be tough here for TALON now that they have Boom coming in from the outside? Everyone wants a piece of Pachinki right now. Jill gets Octa from the side. Nice one with the AUG. Zero on the other building though. And Achul's pretty low. He needs a little bit of time to heal up. He's on the other side. So he should have that time and space given by his other teammates as they try to take out Zero right now. Axel with a nade, but his nade did not land at all.
Pachinki fight it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while. We're back to the town. It's gonna be a wild town of Pachinki with so many teams and so many buildings. Feels like they are walking in a maze right now.
Yeah, although it might still go out of Pachinki, the circle that is, but still a lot of these teams, they want to try to secure a comp out of Pachinki, which is fine. Of course, if the circle goes there, then it's going to be a big advantage for them. First movers. Vampire Esports. High ground on the outside of Pachinki against Roy. Let's see who will be the king of the hill. So far, it's Vampire Esports locking in the top of it.
Oh, this is not great for the side of Roy. They just arrived, been gunned down by Tony K. Tony K, I mean, definitely feel vamped up with the interview by Tony K. The imposter, how dare he, the audacity. But Tony K is not showing any sign of slowing down either as they try to wipe out the rest of Roy right across them. And right now for Vampires, they try to gatekeep the left side of a circle, whoever coming up from Gatka Field. But at the same time, Roy is not making it easy at all. We do know Roy keep poking the sides of Vampire, trying to force them fight against them. But on the southern side, seems to be a bit peaceful, isn't it? On the side of New Era, they don't have too much contenders down there.
Yeah, they have like no one around them. Everyone went straight into Pachinki. Well, most of the teams that is. So New Era is going to have a nice chill moment here at the south. I doubt they'll be involved in gatekeeping any other teams, and I'm sure they know that as well because anywhere beyond that circle that they're at is already the river. So it's like, who else is really going to come here? But on TODAK's side, now we're talking about some teams in front of them, and that's Vampire Esports on high ground. There's a chance that the circle will move away in about 10 more seconds, and that's when TODAK might need to manage that high ground where Vampire Esports is at. But depending on how the circle is, they could probably still rotate down south away from the high ground because, well, Xavier is there. But Circle Pachinki!
No, TODAK, no, just don't. It's such a long journey to go back up to Pachinki. Whoever comes late into Pachinki, good luck, have fun. This is going to be a tough one to get in. The occupants occupied in every single building. It's already full right now. There's no room to rent for these guys coming in late. And Roy, despite they trying to run away from Vampires, they managed to finish off another team just now.
Yeah, they just took out the remaining members of ETN. So now ETN's out. Okay, and they secured a compound for themselves at the edge of Pachinki, which is fine. Now I expect more teams to come into Pachinki. Next one could be New Era. Maybe XSOPHERE, but XSOPHERE is still on the outside. Still cool, it's still fine. Because by now they know the timing. Pachinki is crowded. Here comes TODAK, and look at that. Redface is ready for him by the side. But Redface actually got down by Mango. Roy landed a hand to TODAK.
That's too many gunshots across every single direction there is. If it's not TODAK taking down Redface, somebody else will. Because if you look at the minimap, what a chaos minimap. What a wonderful, colorful Pachinki we have today. Mango taking on Claw. Zuxi is down as well. But Pank tried to return the fire and favor by tossing a nade that's not connected. But Redface, who can actually reach out to him? Nobody. Look at how far apart the rest of Claw members are.
Yeah, the only way for them to save Redface right now is they eliminate TODAK, but they have to do it quick as well because he's bleeding out. But obviously TODAK, they are not letting this one go. Okay, they will finish off Redface and secure the elimination point, but Roy gets involved with Claw, knocking down Zuxi from the other building. Well, TODAK saying thanks to Roy for lending them a hand, and now at least they have this corner for them to hold on to.
Oh man, this is going to be difficult for you to even call which one is your members and which one are the opposition or the opponents. At this point, everybody get confused regarding the positions here because Claw, they are separated entirely after they're being ambushed by TODAK just now. The first one to go down was Redface. Well, there are teams that's thinking outside of the box. I love the fact that CelcomDigi Alliance taking their own sweet time. Hey, we don't want to be in that busy business at all. You guys do whatever it takes to do, for you to survive. But we're going to play the survival game in our own way. That's going to be waiting it out until there's only like 5 teams left. Then they're going to jump into action. Or maybe they're trying to hunt any hiders out here.
The CelcomDigi Alliance might be on a hunt for the next BOMI spots in front of them. And I do like the rotation by CelcomDigi Alliance. Like they know okay, we're late into Pachinki. A lot of teams will be there by now. Don't want to force it in. Instead, they find the pace that has the most space for them to still play. And that's Updoor. Now, whether the circle will totally move away from CelcomDigi Alliance, I guess that's going to be secondary. As of now, at least they have a little bit more spaces compared to playing on the south of Pochinki, because there's just too much open area. So where CelcomDigi Alliance is at, it's great. Good position for them. Speaking about circle, we'll see a shift soon. 100% Pochinki, you think?
There you go. But still, it might shift towards the right side later on. It's still early stages, just stage 5, by the way, to see this chaotic event going on top of Pochinki. But these Avies, like it or not, they have to start to make a move now. And the moment they start to make a move, that's where Sunshine is greeting people with a smile. There's going to be a smile with a hand grenade, dropping Lamborghini straight on the ground. Follow up with a brutal Molotov to burn him off alive. Origin, can he actually save his mate? Levi's just gonna flee and abandon the ship entirely. Origin, the job's on you to save Lamborghini. The rest of us just gonna leave and get into the circle.
Wow, looks like these Avian, they're not in the circle yet though. They came down from the Pochinki Hills and now they have to meet with New Era. But Parjin, nice spray to smoke to knock down Sunshine. And his teammate Lamborghini is being saved right now. Okay, Nate needs a little bit more space because Zuli is just right by him. They need to win this one against Zuli. Zuli, 1v2. The numbers overwhelm him. He will be gunned down. And now Lamborghini could be saved.
I'm surprised Xavier actually made a U-turn for that, because last time I saw Origin was crossing at the other side and not going to have a glimpse at all when his fallen teammate is screaming for help. But hey, they made a U-turn, and it's a great U-turn, that great decision making coming up from these Xaviers, because it was savable. But back to the side, DX, they managed to get back as a 4, but the eliminations already got into 8. Who did they actually take down so fast with 8 elimination within stage 5?
Oh yeah, it's already 8. Okay, all right. Looks like their position from the Pochinki Hill gave them a little bit of dividend there. And of course, the rest of them was by New Era, and now it's 8 eliminations. Interesting. But the next mission for these Xavier is to cut across into Pochinki itself, or maybe on the outside, because there's still a chance that the circle will go out. Let's see, where will these Xavier go now?
And they're aiming for RRQ next. They're slowly trying to take anybody from behind and try to bulldoze their way in, but at the risk as well. Lamborghini almost shot down completely once more, and probably going to shut or even disappear entirely for his vest or his gears. Levi on the... wait, what a Pico. Oh, RRQ. Pico actually almost knocked one of the members, but it's just slightly missed toss of the hand grenade. And RRQ, that was a fast respawn coming up from them. They saw these Xavier straight away. They open up and just put 2 in the front, the other 2 at the flank side to make sure they have wide coverage about the position of these Xaviers. There was quick thinking and quick on their feet on the RRQ side.
Yeah, and they love their spread there. Like, they have players behind, they have players in front. So this will kind of stop these Xavier from coming inside. But at least the good news for these Xavier is that they are in the circle, so they're okay. The bad news will be if the team on the outside of Pochinki pushes in, then these Xavier will be in a sandwich position. And that's not the position that they want to be in. Look at these Xavier. They're just holding on to dear life here. While praying that stage 6 circle somewhat still favors them. 100% out of Pochinki. Okay, it's starting to go there.
I don't know how these Xaviers actually call this one now. They have the perfect time and perfect place once more to select at one of the places that nobody actually can think of right now. That's why they want to fight RRQ so bad. Their prediction of circle has been immensely powerful throughout the entirety of the tournament today. But for TODAK, Roy, and Vampires, they're way out of the circle. How to get in across Pochinki that's already overcrowded with so many occupants in there?
So difficult for like Roy, for like Toda, right? They kind of look at their position. And they have like, what, 10 seconds before the zone starts to close? So difficult. But we'll check on them later, because right now we're going to see what's going to happen here between CelcomDigi Alliance and MEC as Leon tries to win this fight. Okay, jump shot on the Leon. Guido gets him. The newcomer into this round secured that elimination point. Ade Lucas Amazal as the trade from the outside. It's good with Manzi with Rest okay, getting another one out of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Down to 2 of them left for CelcomDigi Alliance. Underestimated their opponents. Disrespectful, and now they're being charged in Now it's going to be their side or their turn to face again the wrath of MAQNA Esports. But CelcomDigi Alliance is still want to respond to this. But utility-wise, it seems to be running dry and running low on their end too. So they need to wrap things up quickly, or they might actually not even have a shot to survive in the next couple of stages.
Oh, they need lots of damage at Olio, but Olio gets Voki instead on the left side. Beautifully executed by Olio. Receive that nade, reveal Voki's position, and now Voki is down. The rest of MEC, we need to save him now.
You know, we just missed that time. He's trying to toss over towards the players outside. CelcomDigi Alliance knocking the doors. Jimmy's still in a very small shack behind that's quite detached from the rest of the building. But never mind that, Jimmy's down on the ground. Olio, what you gonna do, buddy? It's 4v1. Olio, time to leave. We have another fight going on, a very small scene down there. Oh, but he is being found. No, he's still alive in there. Never mind.
10% of health. 3 players for MEC would have been very, very difficult. But the Xavier looks like they won that fight against RRQ. And now they managed to move slightly into the inner side of Pachinki. But will it still be valuable for them or not? We'll find that out in about 40 more seconds. On the other side of Pachinki, look at how crowded this place is.
I'm curious to see if there's anybody trying to disrupt the Xaviers while they're recuperating right now, still licking their wounds. Last time we saw TODAK was close by. I don't think TODAK is very interested in there, because we saw how crazy it can get between Vampires against all the other teams just now. But for MAQNA, I mean, they are the furthest one away from the party. I mean, nobody even spotted them. And they can just wait it out. TALON just going to have those long shots. But there's nothing they can actually do at this point. If they're trying to jump out for TALON, they'll be gunned down by Vampires, by EXO. And MAQNA just kind of wait it out.
Yeah, MAQNA can wait it out now with this kind of circle. Wait for everyone to jump out of Pachinki and try to gun them down. MAQNA is in a very good position, but you did point out about the teams inside of Pachinki right now. How are they going to solve this one? This is super duper difficult. If you don't have the circle, you have to push forward. You will be forced to take fights no matter what.
The problem is, it's not about the fight, but which fight first? It's just overcrowding. Oh boy, this is going to be tough. Whoever opened fire first just going to give away the position, and you have a not so friendly neighbor just next to you, and the wall is so thin, you can literally hear the footsteps right now.
Yeah, wall so thin, you can hear your neighbor snoring. And looks like Mela, he heard one snoring. That's going to be Axel now down. Okay, can Axel be recovered? That's going to be the question. Okay, he will have Yoru together with him. But Vampire Esports, now they're finding another opening. They're trying to charge forward. But Achul will stop Mela. Knocked down. Anyway, he does have his teammate together with him. So no other team is going to make the big moves yet. They will let the blue do its own work.
Oh, you overpick yourself. That's a casual takeaway from the side of 9. That was a fast flick to take down one of the players just crossing a street just now. But for EXO, oh, nobody wants to make a move first, but the one that closest to the blue, they have to just push themselves in. That's going to be Vampires. They're not in the best spot there is. Oh man, you can't go out. You can't pick out from the window. Everybody's trying to take you down. Look at how TODAK aggressively just cooking up their nade and slowly chipping out the health of Vampires, while Klopepeng is slowly take them down and stabbing them from behind. Nobody wants to be at the receiving end of Vampires right now.
Well, but TODAK wants to send a message to Vampire. Take it out, Mela, and now Pepeng just right for it. Pepeng! Did he actually get it? Oh, it's so close. But anyway, from behind Pepeng, just too many teams here. Wherever you move, wherever you go, there will be a crosshair pointing at you. And now TODAK, so far so good, still retaining all 4 of their players. Right round up is going to be the Xavier. XSOPHERE, they came in later, but they see no elimination points. No points at all. Except for placement points. Now it's TODAK. And look at the circle, Juju. The circle 100% out of Pachinki.
A worst case scenario, MEC waiting for them to just show their faces the moment they walked out of Pachinki, but instead Pachinki is not done yet. The battle is still heated up as 4G trying to take that on for it. Oh, one more bullet. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He got that one bullet going just,
Must be Gunner. They're so close. Oh, this name, ooh. Just right on top of Frenzy. But now Frenzy is the final player for TODAK. 3, 2, and 1. And we will see the zone close. And it's not only TODAK that he has to deal with. Not only Xavier that he has to deal with, but also TALON on the left side. At this point, Frenzy, it's a pick your poison moment. Go left or go right. You will still see teams in front of you.
Oh, they're trying to go into the trenches now for TALON. That's the only hiding spot, with that being spotted by MEC. But space-wise, it's too claustrophobic for these guys. Nate's being tossed across by the Xaviers. These guys are too busy. I'm surprised MEC is not doing anything right now. This is the best time for them to intercept, to just disruptive, being the force that they should be reckoned with. But MEC just sitting this quietly. There's only 3 teams left. If you're the only team on the other side, you know both teams are a bit busy against each other, but they're not making a move yet.
Well, just like my librarian would say, silence is golden, and PUBG will be put to silence by Achul. Now it's TALON versus MEC for the grand finale here at stage number 9. No zone at all. Blue will close entirely. TALON 4 players, MEC 3 players. I would say this is still a 50-50 on who can score the chicken dinner.
And missed a golden opportunity for MEC just now. Hopefully, they can actually count this one well in their backs. This 4v3 numbers-wise is on the side of TALON. When it comes to firepower-wise, more aggressive on TALON's side, and they do not hesitate. Tado on the off angle, not being spotted. Oh, but he managed to take down on Achul. That was a perfect nade and an opening on the side of MEC. But they have haystacks, they have barricades. They can revive, but Fortune down next. MEC, they knocked down on Kido, leaving only Muzzle and Manzi. Now Manzi, they just keep tossing those nades that they each need their hands to use for a long time, since they don't have any competition at all since the start. They are the most loneliest team down there without inside of the party. Now can they wrap things up?
Well, loneliest and also full of utility. MEC right now will try to land nades onto TALON, but unfortunately now, Amazon gunned down. Manzi's in trouble, 50% of health now, and looks like TALON against MEC, who waited on the outside of Pachinki. They won this one against them to bring the chicken dinner to TALON.
And this is a high kill volume as well. Last time we saw them at 11 eliminations. TALON, they showing no mercy at all. They are a force to reckon with. MEC, they should have taken the opportunity, knowing the fact, hey, if we're late into the triangle fight between the teams, then you're done, because that's where the teams that finish off the fight, example here, TALON, finish off their fight, they can replenish all the sources. They had plenty death boxes laying around. And this is the difference of skill gap that I'm talking about. The hesitance, the game sense, and the instincts to know where to shoot exactly. That's the difference that make it apart between a great team and a legacy team like TALON. Amazing plays.
Well, that brought them 13 eliminations, so that's going to be 23 points this round for TALON, with the chicken dinner together with it. And if we were to look at across, well, Yoru, no eliminations, but that's fine. There's still a lot more that the other team members contributed from TALON to bring them these amount of elimination points. Great work here by TALON to be able to come out of Pachinki that was so tight. So many teams there inside of Pachinki, but they survived that one. That was their first mission. That had to be their first mission. Survive Pachinki, and then you think about what's happening outside of Pachinki from there, and that was MEC. They survived it very well. They had 4 players intact towards the end, still able to bring in this many eliminations. This is a perfect executed round by TALON themselves. A great work.
I agree. But let's rewatch the highlight how TALON managed to secure 13 eliminations in the last Erangel map of the day. What's astonishing for me just now was we don't see a lot of these Xaviers when it comes to the first few stages, and they were far apart from everybody else, but they secure 8 eliminations that early on. Where did those eliminations come from?
Yeah, it was either, I recall only like one checkpoint for these area. It's the Pochinki Hill. And then once they're done with that, then they turn back into Pochinki itself. So probably it came somewhere from the Pochinki Hill itself, because obviously by now nobody is really willing to challenge these area inside of Pochinki at the very beginning. So that could be the best bet. But which team was it? Well, we kind of missed that one. Maybe, well, at this point, I guess it doesn't really matter for these area, because to them it's like, hey, as long as you bring in the 8 points, that's okay. Puts them up here as one of the top 4 teams. But the top player this round is Axel from TALON with 5 eliminations.
524 damage, 0% when it comes to headshot, but 81%. Major damage on the body parts here. You don't want to get across with these guys. They are aggressive, relentless, and bloodthirsty. You saw how TALON were being crammed down just now in multiple angles. Tried to manage to squeeze himself out of Pochinki. That was already a tough spot to be in. And then to manage to get covers into the trench, despite MEC were watching, they managed to get away from that. That's something unusual and something outstanding, by the way.
Yeah, who needs headshots, right, to be the MVP? So, up there. That's a bit of a tip from you there by Axel. But because of Axel's performance and all the other members of TALON, 23 points collected. But look at these Xavier and their eliminations. Last we checked, and we did discuss this, was 8. All of a sudden at the very end is 15 eliminations for these Xavier. Immediate 20 points. You don't get to see this all the time. 2 teams with 20 points and above in a single round.
Yeah, I think these Xavier is actually getting those shots from the back end of Pochinki where they have those high heels. They were trying to get some steals from afar. That's how they managed to get into a lot of elimination, because they know the teams are too busy to focus on the teams that outside of Pochinki during that time. And hence, we have many teams ended up with zeros down here thanks to the teams at the very top. That's pretty much already wiped out half of the population in that map just now. That's major loss for the team at the very bottom. But TALON pushing themselves all the way up, despite eArena has been up there for quite a bit of time, and the gap early on was way big of a gap. But look at how they just shrink it within just one map. TALON, you don't want to mess with these guys.
Oh yeah. Even though you're up there, you're not safe when TALON is around. And the fact that TALON got 0 points, then, eArena got 0 points this round, and TALON took advantage of that situation. But another team that is up there with no chicken dinner is actually TODAK. 23 eliminations in total. Rank points, still a single digit. So it looks like they're focusing a little bit more on their firepower, which is okay, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how, as long as you have enough points to qualify the Super Weekend, that's fine. And they're on track here with 32 points, still looking pretty nice. So page 1 teams, still okay, still on track. But for page 2, now the only team with a single digit is SK. So they need to work on something a little bit more in the next 2 rounds.
I feel like the target for the teams here today, at least to finish up with 30 and above points, 30 plus, because they still have another day to go for when it comes to securing their points into the Super Weekend here. The teams getting lesser than that have to really, let one step forward, have to really push their limit. But so far when it comes to top 4 gunslinger, it's going to be, thanks to D. Xavier's performance, playing it very witty and smart, they managed to secure almost 3,000 damage at the first place.
Yeah, so with that sort of damage, hopefully they will be able to continue on and also to bring in more elimination points. Because right now, we're going to swap the maps here, Choo. We're done with Erangel. 3 Erangels. Now it's going to be Miramar next. So we already have a Thai team getting a chicken dinner, Vietnamese team, Xavier, and also TALON representing Indonesia. So now it's if we talk about like region based, then it's a matter of time perhaps till a Malaysian team actually scores one.
Yeah, I mean, TODAK show quite a promise here today compared to CelcomDigi Alliance. But what really shows a big promise, it's gonna be dun dun dun. PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan. This collaboration will dedicate your heart to victory. Make sure you fight all the Titans. I love this anime, by the way. And also the Titan transformation, there's ODM gears and more await. Join the fight now and stay tuned for more collaboration contents coming soon. You guys can check it out with the website https://pubgmobile.live/attack on Titan 2025 and find your own Mikasa, find your own Aaron, whatever you want to call it. And also don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan, or hashtag Attack on Titan, or hashtag AOT, and tag us your gameplay as well.
And in case you have collected the vehicles from the previous collaborations, you have to add this one to your, what do you call it? To your inventory. Yeah, I was trying to find the right word. To your inventory as well. The Shelby American collaboration that will feature the Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra. Now, this is only available for a very limited amount of time. It's only until the 6th of July, which is less than a month right now. So check it out inside the game. Check it out inside PUBG Mobile, because you don't want to miss out on this collaboration in your collection together with it.
Yeah, Shelby is a very, very rare vehicle, by the way, even in real life. But something that's available for you guys as well, well, your new elimination skill fast gameplay available for you guys, which gonna be the all new WOW elimination skill fast gameplay. It's already live. Get ready for an upgrade battleground with non-stop action and dive into your brand new map and discover exciting new adventures. And if you want to know the map, check it out now. It's gonna be the number 12886867. I repeat, 12886867. So make sure you guys stay tuned. There's so many good stuff coming into PUBG Mobile, and also you can show off your skills, push your limit, try to do something, try to be whatever you want. That's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. There's so many collaboration we have. You can literally feel your any character that you want to be in this game.
I like how that sounds. That sounds exactly like my voicemail. 128868.
The number you have called.
The number that you have. Yeah, I can't do it, okay, because only Choo can, all right? Yeah, that sounds like a voicemail. That's a good one. You know, that's like your voice audition now. So if anyone's looking for a voicemail voice.
No, we call it voiceover actors or actress.
Ah.
Yeah, there you go.
That is the right one. That is the right one. You can head on to Choo-Choo's DMs. Okay, slide into the DMs for voiceovers, or if you want a new voicemail message.
Okay, next up, Miramar. Now we do know teams love to have Erangel map all day long, but unfortunately we have to budge ourselves to a different map entirely. The Sunday Dunes and Miramar, where we do know the Thais love this map more than the others. So if eArena want to take back the position at number 1 spot, they can.
Oh yeah, I mean, the points are still very, very close. I mean, we're still day number 1, 4 games in. This is going to be round number 5. So one good round by any team, right? There's so many teams that can actually overtake not only the number 1 spot, but also put themselves in a very good position. Again, the next 2 days, 3 days, depending on how many that you want to count, it's all about getting a slot into the Super Weekend. So even if you get number 1, that's cool, okay? You walk into the Super Weekend with a red carpet, that's nice. But it's the same effect as number 16 team. You will still get into the Super Weekend, and that's where all the points will be 0 again. So that means for the teams behind, don't give up on hope yet. Looking at teams with, especially the team with a single digit right now, SK. So it's all about collecting those points.
Oh man, I think it's doable for them. Let's be real here. KHOI eSports, is it doable for this week?
Well, although they didn't make it last week, but I don't want to be like doom and gloom with them. It's like, oh no, Sequoia, you're doomed right now. 4 rounds, you're not going to make it. As long as there's still games, there's still a chance. So Sequoia Esports, one of the teams that come up from PMNC Vietnam, we want to see these newer teams actually make it through.
Yeah, I want to see new blood start to take over the reign and just, make a wake-up call for all the veterans out there. But the veterans, they're called the veterans for a reason. They are a living legacy and still outperforming so many teams out there. Now, how great these players are, let me give you an idea of it. If you even separate one of these legendary players and make them form a completely new team, they still can bring that one team with new players up there among the best. That's just how great that you can pick their brains. But let's walk into or fly into Miramar.
Well, if anyone's walking across the sea into Miramar, I have a lot of questions. But we are all flying right now, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be the first Miramar for week number 2, featuring this group A versus C. How are they going to play it? That's where we'll need to observe. We're going to check out the flight path starting from the left side, El Pozo, all the way to Impala. A pretty nice flight path that will enable all the teams to drop directly into their regular draw spot.
Can we have Oasis Circle? It's been a while. We never have Patuna Circle. We did have Patuna in the stage 4-5. So this is quite generous for the flight path, which means hopefully it won't be a kind circle. Now we're back to being mean people, aren't we? But it will be fun to really push the players towards their limit. But we do have hot drops early on. We talked about SK. Oh no. Should we be worried now, Cloud?
Well, maybe not yet, or maybe yes, now that they lost silence. But they had a decent start by getting the first knock, but the ETN, they fire back. Now ETN 2 active players, SK is 3, and they can still pick up silence. So, it will be back as a 4. So far so good for SK. Alright, while that's the circle, you still have a small chance of getting that Oasis circle.
Yeah, tough spot to get though. But the teams that actually drop themselves on top of Chumacera, they definitely need the vehicle ASAP right now because the northern side is so vacant. And if it's me, I'm eager to go up ASAP because that's nobody there yet. And yeah, there's a lot of loot up there that's still not touchable by any of these teams. On the side of ETN, that's heavy casualty starting off against SK. SK, this is what they needed. Finally, they're budging their scores a bit, but still not double digit. But at least there's some progress. So it's better something than nothing, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like you can't complain with 2 points at the very beginning, not losing any players. So they are at least like 3 points away now from hitting the double digit. But of course, the double digit will not be enough. Based on past data, you need to get more than 60 points. So it's a journey for SK now. 2 more players from ETN still sharing the same area as SK. So let's see when will SK actually make that push. I'm sure they're taking the time right now to loot up, to get the best weapons possible before actually doing that. So the pressure is now onto ETN.
I do have some teams already inside of the blue zone. Do we even have blue zone yet? Let me see. No, I think they were actually engaging just now. Off top on bit of a swap between the players here. Maybe due to the change of map. We do know they are map specialists. But you know what, Cloud? If we actually do have like 6 different maps across the entire day, imagine the swaps for each of the map.
Yeah, then you will become like boom during that one season where they change players every game. Yeah. But for SK, they're still going to exchange, kind of players with ETN. Shin is now down on the ground and Shin will be eliminated. 3 more to go for ETN to win this fight.
Oh boy. This exchange of fires and the trade-off between the 2 teams is not doing fair at all for both sides. M16, he saw them through those windows. But Nom now, he needs to get down first, but he's worried about the opponents or SK players waiting on the ground level. Doki with a micro Uzi. Still got plenty for his magazines. And Doki. Okie dokie or not. Oh, this is confusing for the stab. Oh, just across the window. They need to deal with the players. Open and first ETN. I don't know what were they thinking. But they went back to fight off the rest of SK. They could have flee though. Why didn't they exit out?
They did have a window though, so yeah. I guess they weren't that confident to really run out. Worried that they might be in open position. But another interesting substitution, Nuzi actually coming in back to Vampire Esports. Now, I understand that a lot of fans of Vampire Esports would prefer to have the lineup without Nuzi. Objectively, they did perform a little bit better. Actually, a lot better because they smashed it in Super Weekend. But of course, for Nuzi, I'm sure he has his own value that he can bring onto the lineup as well. It's just a matter of him proving it right now. Now, is Vampire Esports in the dire situation? Not really. Somewhere in the middle, 23 points. They're okay. But let's see how much can Nuzi boost up the team right now by putting into the lineup. This is also his opportunity to prove it back to the fans.
Yeah, just like how Mormon left and joined in eArena. I'm looking for because his skill set and his plays makes me really miss about those big moments we had when Nuzi was in Infinity before, right? And then if only that they will loan Nuzi to a ETN, you can imagine how different will it make though for the entire team.
Wow, loan Nuzi to like ETN? Ooh. Interesting thought. But the first thing that I will have in mind is that, can they afford Nuzi?
That's the bigger question. You have to ask the pocket for that.
Yeah, like if the money doesn't match, right, then maybe it's not even a question, right? Unless if suddenly like, oh, okay, I don't know, like money just fell down, then yeah, we're talking.
Or maybe like one of the family members of Nuzi actually like really close to it, so ETN and like, can you do me a favor? That would be nice too.
Yeah, get Nuzi for free,
Yeah, please. That kind of stuff. Freebies, why not? But back to the players, Soda. I love this TODAK right now. I feel like they're quite solid. But the thing about TODAK, it's still a bit of unknown when it comes to their stability as a team. Like there are times they're still going up and down for roller coaster. If you compare with CelcomDigi Alliance, CelcomDigi Alliance, I mean, like to put them in this spotlight with this statement is not the best situation right now because they are actually at the very bottom teams. But at least we know that when time really matters, when the pressure mounting high up on their shoulders, still can manage to pull it through. But for TODAK, well, I don't want to overpraise them for this reason. Like, sometimes they do questionable stuff, like wait in the middle of the desk.
If only Doki had an extended mag, then he could have got a knock onto Tam. But because of that, Tam escaped, and the rest of TODAK, they found the other player of SK that is silencing him down, back onto the lobby, and now leaving only Doki left, the final player for SK. They're only 1 point away from at least hitting the double digit now. So Doki, he has to find at least end this round with 2 digits.
It's not okie dokie now. Man, this is going to be tough to solo handedly. And still stage 1, Cloud. To survive solos since stage 1. That's a lonely road down there.
I definitely will empathize that. Being lonely,
That's the only point you actually got.
And no one to create like a voice note.
Guys, please find somebody for Cloud. It's been years.
Yeah, I need somebody to, be able to do a voice note for me so I can post on TikTok.
Oh, man. I feel bad for you.
Yeah. I need a Mr. Manager. Oh, wait. That doesn't sound right. But anyway.
That's also wrong.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways. RRQ is playing the blue zone, though. TALON, take it on Vampire. Now, what's this fight going on? You mentioned about Newsy. Can we just... I feel like he got a different skill set compared to Vampire right now. Sorry, Newsy, but you are an amazing player. We do know that. But it feels like the chemistry of a team and the mindset they have is totally different with how he thinks.
Okay, he's not out yet, so I still want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I know there's a lot of chatter in the community about having Newsy in the lineup.
Okay, there you go. Now
But
you can
okay,
say
yeah,
something about
there
it.
you go. I can imagine the chat now erupting with comments about Newsy. We'll get back onto that later because right now it's New Era and Claw. Let's go.
Claw, Zuxi. Look at double Nate being actually prepped for just one player of New Era. Pang scouting over and trying to make sure nobody coming up from the outside and backstab them from behind. And they are trying to keep it at bay for the players of New Era who try to get themselves to join in with the rest of their teammates. And no fall. He needs to pick up one of his members, but the smoke will try to blind him a bit much longer. I don't think he's gonna just heal himself back up in the UAZ. Can anybody save Wix? Boo Boo, who is still at the back? I think Zaxi will reach out to him, but for New Era, then there's only 2 players left here. There you go.
And here comes Sunshine though. But no time and space to pick up Wix yet. As Red Face will start to charge him. Oh, bang! Matt with the other end of Sunshine's nade. Okay, they try to fight back, but still, Claw, they found a way to overcome them with their numbers, and New Era will go out without any points.
And one thing I noticed about New Era, whenever Sunshine who initiate the fight and open up the fight, usually it will ended up better and well for the team. Just now we saw Sunshine the last one to come into that fight. And whenever that it's not Sunshine to open up with an explosive opening, it's difficult for New Era to actually follow up through. It has to be Sunshine first to take the lead. I feel like, hey, you guys can hate me or just debate with me with this. So far, that's what's being shown across the screen right now.
Well, what's shown upon your screen or across our screen now is the circle that shifts. A lot of teams in the circle for this one, most likely towards the northern side. Now, what's going to be interesting is the north. XSOPHERE and GLU squad. We have them on screen right now. So, XSOPHERE, 1 player down. That's going to be KNS. And most of the players of GLU, they're actually tanking the blue now.
Probably going to be one of the players of Exos who will tank the blue next as well if they don't budge. 3 more seconds on the clock. Stage 4 going to hit. And it's going to be a no-no for both teams here. Glue start to leave and disengage. But you know what? Exo side, they're not letting them pass by. They're circling around, taking the backside of Glue right now and force them to fight anyhow. So there's no way out for Glue unless they're just going to go for a long rotation, completely ignore their teammate. But will they be ignored by XSOPHERE? Lobby X. Close enough, but the Blues and will it knock down Hexos? It's pretty difficult, never mind. It's going to be, I don't know how to pronounce, Chaco. I think it's Chaco, right?
Yeah, Chaco. Just imagine your favorite dessert, but just Chaco. Okay, not so related, but it's okay. Anyway, what's related right now is MEC against Boom eSports. And MEC losing players to Boom, but they almost got 1 on the left side, almost got 0. It was a close one by Manzi. But the fact that he didn't get 0, 0 can recover. And now Manzi's the one in trouble. 1 nade onto him, 50% of health left, and from the back, needs to be shut down by Sakura from eArena. Voki on an off-angle position. Amazal now will be the man in front. But Amazal receives damage from the side. Spawn base showing up, taking it down. Only Voki left. Voki making that desperate push just to be eliminated by 0. That is MEC out.
And what's amazing that Boom, despite they being aimed down by eArena and also by MEC at the same time, the way they move is like fluidly just avoid all those bullets calmly. And how they actually try to hide themselves within those structures is amazing, despite them being, pressured by any sides at that time. But next we do have our Glue. And that's the last of the playoff Glue. Unfortunately, he'll be banging out early as well. things are going really fast for this map now.
Oh yeah, stage 3 and we already have 5 teams eliminated. And we might see more soon. Okay, but not for XSOPHERE. Okay, they have an easy entry from the northern side, passing water treatment into the circle, so that's fine. On the minimap, ooh, another team's lurking by. And I wonder if they will try to take this fight against XSOPHERE. It's actually Boom Esports, but it might depend on where the circle will go. Now that we can see the next phase of the circle, it's going to be stage number 4. And Boom Esports has the circle at the north together with XSOPHERE.
Oh, XSOPHERE got a sweet spot, but again, we see the Xaviers taking their time, slowly approaching from the northern side as well. So it's going to be a water treatment fight between XSOPHERE versus the Xaviers. I don't know about RRQ, whether they with Boom to go alongside. But those coming out from south, we see a couple of teams just now just barely make it out from the blue zone. One of it, I remember, it was CelcomDigi. And maybe the teams on top of the Patron will gatekeep from.
Considering that it's 100% land, right? So making long rotations. Miramar, stage 4, you still have a decent amount of space. But let's see where would they go. Okay, they're still kind of deciding there, okay? But it looks like they are turning towards the right side, trying to find an easier entry in rather than forcing the fight with another team. So that seems to be an okay decision for CelcomDigi Alliance. And if we were to look at the minimap, where they're at right now, it's clearer than where they were down south. But okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Now, they're going to force this fight against Claw. Here we have CelcomDigi Alliance arriving on through where only Bobohu is at. Bobohu alone. His other teammates will join him for sure. They will try to block out CelcomDigi Alliance in this fight. And they look, cooking up his nade. Launches the coast and gets Bobohu. That's the opening that CelcomDigi Alliance is looking for. At the same time, Leon's is pretty low, but before that, he sends his nade across to the Claw. Claw counters with another nade. Lucky enough for Leon's, he jumped outside, so he is safe from that one nade. And here comes Jimmy OP. Oh, Jimmy OP wants to open the side. Okay, it's going to be a good move there for Jimmy OP if he's able to find an off angle. Red face avoids that one nade. But right in front of Oleo, 2 players from Claw. He has to be extra careful in case he's being shot at from behind that smoke. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're trying to locate the other members of Claw, but still not able to find where exactly they're at. Thanks to that smoke that's still active. It's something that they need to kind of work out on. Right now, Claw. He's still holding on to their ground. This fight looks like it might extend. Oh, Bobohu will be saved by Zaxi. Okay, with that one last tick of health, Zaxi managed to make it out of Bobohu. On the elimination field, we're going to see the 2 Titans, well, Vampire Esports and D Xavier fighting with each other. And Vampire Esports now here on screen. We have Shrubs here with the shotgun, not able to land his shot. He needs time to reset, to reload. And Vampire Esports now still locked into the fight with D Xavier.
Last time I saw, when it comes to ammunition, not so much at the start of Empires. I don't know how much longer they can fight against these Xaviers here. But eArena, Tourney is tripping from behind as well. This is not safe for both teams right now. Both not having their back covered by any of the members. Down on the ground. Lamborghini, what a toss of nade right across inside. Almost got Mela as well. Oh boy, this is tough. 2 in 1. What a discount day for these Xaviers to wipe off Empires across the street. But that was a big nade by Lamborghini just now. Finished off in a fashion.
What a nade. What a nade that was. And after winning that, they get the circle. So, circle, compound, perfect position for D Xavier. We're back on the CelcomDigi Alliance and Claw. Now they don't have the circle at all. But Claw, they managed to reset as a 4. While CelcomDigi Alliance, they still retain all their players. But they have to find a way. They have to find an opening against Claw, but they don't have the vision. They don't have the information on where exactly they're at in the warehouse.
Now, Leon Dizzy, oh man, they need to secure all their mobility, their vehicles. Here comes a CelcomDigi Alliance. I don't know what were they thinking, just crossing across the battlefield like that in open space and barely got covers. Dios. super lucky they're not being gunned by any of the teams yet, and 4 men still alive and
Wow.
well. That was a miracle, man.
Wow, exactly right. They found an opening to get into the circle, immediately rush in, and they found this compound somewhere in the middle of the circle. Man, that is insane decision making, insane rotation by CelcomDigi Alliance.
I don't know if that's lucky or just pure skills. But back to his TALON. TALON, they might just spot it out UK. Roy, they have a lot of information regarding Talon's position here. Look at how they're just aiming to Mango. The smokes will actually cover the rest of Talon for a bit. He's not having the clear view, not having a clear shot, reposition himself. But the thing is, both Talon and Roy is not quite safe yet. They're barely touching the rim of the circle. If the next stage happens to be coming up very soon, if the circle moves away, there's going to be a lot of work to do.
Well, Talon navigating around the smoke, but they're out of the smoke right now. Players of Talon providing support, trying to gun down Car, giving him damage. But Axel, now he's down, but he does have his teammates together with him, so he's still okay in this compound. Unless if this nade land from Hui Kwang all the way from the other compound, all the way from the other side, finishing him off, collecting that point for themselves. Now Talon, they have to be careful of Claw as well. Might sneak up from behind.
Turning case, but Yoru, that's going to be the initiation between the fights of Talon versus Roy here. But we talked about Claw, who fought against CelcomDigi Alliance before, and now they are here to greet the rest of Talon. And Roy, on the other hand, they've been cornered down. Look at the minimap cloud. Talon, eyes on Roy. Claw, eyes on Roy. Like it or not, Roy have to fight their way in. There's no way out no more for them.
Yeah, and it's starting to be tighter, right? Because we're moving on to stage 6. 15 more seconds before the zone closes. Let's not forget about eArena also looking at this area. Now they are scoping down onto Talon. At the same time, circle has to be observed. Will they still get this circle, especially for eArena who's on the inner side? And they will. And with eArena's position, and last time we saw they are able to see the compound where Claw, Talon, and Roy is at, eArena could potentially farm eliminations from that distance.
Yeah, that's a very sweet spot they have themselves there, and they can even gatekeep the rest of TODAK team. Not just that, Boom just now had themselves quite a very solid compound, but what a nade by Boychill, dropping right on top of Card's head just now. Oh boy, another one bites the dust as Hui Kwang, he was trying to save his mate, but it's a bit too late. He was lucky he's not being exploded alongside with his teammate just now, leaving only Hui Kwang as well as Mango left on the side of Roy. All right, they're being cornered down to the point they have to bite back. Either way, pick your poison, Claw or Talon, it doesn't matter. As long as they need to survive. But Claw, they're fanning out, making sure there's a casual spray coming up from Mango. But Mango, he didn't secure those eliminations as Claw taking it out against him. And even Talon is helping in the fray. Next, Talon versus Claw.
And Talon, they're running out of space now with the blue closing in onto them. And Claw is waiting for them to show themselves. He created this little bit of a smoke bridge. How far can they go? Definitely not in the circle yet. But this is eArena. They were waiting for this moment to arrive. They got Achol eliminated immediately. Now Talon only has one player left. That's going to be Boychill. And Joker will happily want to take this point away. Boychill still holding on as long as possible, but what space do he have? No space at all, with the fact that Claw is still waiting for him. And look at the blue. Look at the blue. It will land on the Boychill. We're talking about stage 6 blue right now, but eArena shot from the side, but the one that took that point away is red face from Claw.
Another point getting to the back of Claw. I bet that's going to be eArena a bit disappointed in secure that elimination. But next is going to be TODAK. Another one seems to be in the same spot, just like how Roy was, just like how Boychill was. TODAK surrounded left, right, center. Now it's going to be the Xaviers. We do know these guys don't miss. They scored one of the highest alongside with Claw with 6 eliminations by far. Boom spotted out Axo. Axo is in trouble too.
Whoa! Wow, with the shotgun, he was ready for that. And he took out 2 players of XSOPHERE. Okay. Now he has to be prepared for potentially more as long range. He didn't expect that. Boom eSports actually saw him. And from afar eliminated Hans for you.
That was nasty coming from Boom. Oh, Boom, what a boomer. But yeah, Boom, they did what they can and they did it well. But now they have to move as well because just now we saw they have a blink of the blue zone chipping down them for a bit. Just a second. I assume they stopped to move as well. On the side of TODAK, what space do they have once more? Now, these Xavier's Lamborghini are going to start giving them pressure and try to make them get out from the hiding spot. But with only one vehicle to barricade, and there's a bit of a small hill behind it, the moment they try to climb up, it's a clear view for the Xaviers. CelcomDigi Alliance, this is a God-given blessed circle for them. But can they hold their fortress? Can they hold their ground to defend it till the very last minute?
Wow, Lady Luck is definitely smiling onto CelcomDigi Alliance. Remember that one push from the outside? That risk that they took to push themselves into the circle directly into this compound. Now it's paying them huge dividends that they're in the middle of the circle. Oh man, that is insane by CelcomDigi Alliance. But now the Xavier rushing in onto XSOPHERE. Immediately gets one. And that's going to be elimination number 8 for the Xavier.
Oh, that was Pixel shot. That was sharp from Joker. He was trying to toss the smoke so he can actually heal himself back up. But it was taken away the moments by Joker of eArena. Now Pepang is going to be the next target. I have to say, eArena is really hunting for people right now. But unfortunately, the ammunition is not going to be enough. They barely got enough reserve for their magazines there. So they have to be a bit more careful or try to replenish their dry out sources right now. But on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, they do have the center like you mentioned before, but the problem is to defend it. Once you're in the center, 360 degrees, you have to make sure your defensive forces are quite strong. But lucky enough for them, they have a bit of pit, so it's not easily visualized by these teams up there.
Yeah, and Xavier is also distracted by Boom eSports now. They're trying to land those utilities onto Xavier, but not able to find a good angle yet. Xavier to try to fight back on the elimination feed. Right now we have eArena against TODAK as well. Another fight's happening elsewhere while Claw eliminated number 6 with 7 elimination points. CelcomDigi Alliance gets Joker. That's going to be point number 3 for CelcomDigi Alliance, while Boom still trying to clear out Xavier.
Lamborghini, ooh, what a right coming up to a side of 0. He managed to score one more for himself, 4 for Purgent, even though they have only 3 players. But nothing is stopping their momentum here. Next is going to be Pondbit on the ground. Misery taking down on Lamborghini. Nate T cooking up the nade, while Purgent going to push forward, try to see himself through the smoke. And it's going to be a 1v1 with a high ground.
Misery.
And boom, they go down. Next, we only have 4 teams left. With CelcomDigi Alliance still have full squad alive.
And they still have the circle. But the one that's having a lot of eliminations right now is the Xavier. 10 eliminations at least. Currently dominating. As for eArena, slowly getting into the circle. They still have a decent amount of space. But the one last player of TODAK is the only one on the outside right now on the left side of our circle. From him, it's going to be Xavier. Okay, that's going to be 9. Purgent knows that he's there. Purgent has to be extra careful. Headshot onto him. While 9 still trying to find a space. Trying to find a chance to actually survive this one. But it's so hard for 9.
Nope. Purge is keeping him very tight watch down there. You can't even have a glimpse on what's going on now. This is a good time for him. Oh, never mind that. Oh, too many eyes onto his side 9. There you go. There's no way out of there. Because both angles being covered by either the Xaviers or eArena. But now it's going to be the battle of the center. CelcomDigi Alliance has not been one of the teams that feel actively involved in the last battle we saw. They got themselves at least some covers. It's not easy unless if the Xaviers or eArena got themselves enough utility to flush them out. But the problem is CelcomDigi Alliance, they still have plenty of more resources along the side since they're not actively participating in that last war.
Yeah, it all started by their very smart move to push in into this compound. Okay, but there's going to be the grand finale here, stage number 9. Obviously, CelcomDigi Alliance, they have the most space right now. They have a full team. They stand a very good chance of scoring this chicken dinner. Unless something insane can come from either side, either eArena or DZavier. Now, DZavier, last we saw, Lamborghini was down and he'll be back up right now. Now, DZavier, focusing on the CelcomDigi Alliance, ignoring eArena for the moment.
Oh, that's going to be a big mistake. They have to deal with eArena right now. They are at the same eye level when it comes to the terrain height. So if they just ignore completely eArena or vice versa, unless both teams start to go down, but Lamborghini managed to drop a big one once more. I don't know what's going on, but Lamborghini is just super on point with the hand grenade today, including Nate T2. These saviors are here to just burn all these guys down to the ground, but only managed to finish off on Lamborghini. CelcomDigi Alliance, they did not land on the opening side. They landed those explosions towards their own teammate. And that's a big blunder at that very critical moment as well. eArena, will they secure this as DZavier start to push in? It's going to be CelcomDigi Alliance wiped out first. Nate 1v2.
And here's the final brawl, 1v2. Can Nate actually blow an insane clutch here? TNK and Momo's gonna come in. Both of them with their respective shotguns. Nate gets one. Can he actually get Momo? One more to go. But Nate, he needs to heal up. But at the same time, the blue is behind him. No space for Nate. No space for Nate. Nate will deny this one, but not deny because Momo set the molly there. eArena! Chicken dinner!
I have to say, Mormon redeemed himself from the last map. We saw the map before. After the break, he was dancing, but then he got wiped out completely fast in the last Erangel map. He redeemed himself by staying alive and pushed Nate T to take covers back into the compound where the blue zone closing in. But I have to give it to both teams. That was an incredible finishing touch between two teams. What a blow when it comes to the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, despite they had that compound the longest of time, but they weren't taking it into action. And Lamborghini and Nate, those nades today is super on point, especially for Lamborghini. Nothing seems to be missing at all.
It was an insane push by DZavier, not gonna lie here. Not an easy one, but they found a way against CelcomDigi Alliance. Utilities, pushing, TQCs, everything was thrown to CelcomDigi Alliance. They found a way through. And towards the very end, well, Nate, if he didn't jump down into the fire, then he might have denied away the point. But yeah, that point was still given to eArena. And Momo will happily pick up his one and only elimination through that molly.
Okay, Joker, Sakura, and Mormon won the play just now. It was a very close. It was tough for Nate to 1v2, but he managed to knock down on one now. That's something as well. But at the same time, that did not secure them another extra point since it's only being knocked down. But nonetheless, when it comes to eliminations, they spot themselves at least 7 eliminations here. But when it comes to additional of the chicken dinner, it's going to be totally up to the team. But I want to know, is there any other team that scores a crazy amount of elimination that will topple the team that scored the chicken dinner, which is going to be eArena right now, to the second place, because that was a complete chaos. Let's rewatch your highlight from eArena with their 7 eliminations.
Wow, that was an insane finale. But I guess to answer your question, Choo, the fact that we have Xavier placed up there as our top 4 teams, number 1 above eArena. So joining with their number of eliminations together with their placement points, they should have more points than eArena.
I agree. I mean, right now, with how eArena and Xavier seems like an arc nemesis storytelling narration right now, everything else looks great for all the other teams, including VOIN. I mean, sorry guys, but it is what it is. These two teams, especially for Xavier, after the second half of the break just now, suddenly pushing the numbers up without stopping. Same goes for eArena. TODAK, after that interview, feels like he wants to show us a different side of him, that he can push way further and be better than TODAK. I mean, he's showing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 MVPs today, this time with a bigger number, 3 eliminations at 843 damage. It's definitely showing it. And obviously, eArena is doing better than Vampire Esports as of now, that is. Xavier, 15 eliminations, the highest so far that we have seen today. 21 points collected. So even if they didn't score the chicken dinner, that's fine. It's still 21 points collected. Very, very good. eArena, 17 points. CelcomDigi Alliance with that insane push into the middle of the circle, 12 points. And then we have PMSL Esports who fought with Xavier at that high ground towards the very end, 10 points collected. So 4 teams with a double digit. But on page number 2, flipping it over, New Era. Unfortunately, it's the only team to not receive any points.
And not looking at XK in the second page, at least it's good news for us that nobody ended up with a single digit. Hopefully they have enough to push themselves out of that trench of single digit, where everybody at least got themselves their first day in week number 2 in double digit. For New Era, on the other hand, well, it's another Miramar after this. Hopefully they can make a change out of it. eArena get themselves back their number 1 spot and push TALON 2 stairs down at 3rd place. Well, TALON definitely not going to be happy about this, but for these Xaviers, they are quiet before and now they start to bite everybody back.
Yeah, the fact that they started off the first 2 rounds with 0 points, now they have insanely caught up. 50 plus points right now at 2nd place. But for SK, still the only team without a double digit. I also want to point out the fact that New Era, no rank points at all as compared to everyone else. So perhaps it's something that they can work on. Their survivability. Try to gain more out of every round.
I agree. I mean, it's never wrong to play it safe at first and then slowly start to build that momentum up, just like how Xaviers did today. They start to play a bit more strategic and conservative when it comes to getting those rotations and try to read out the lobby. And when they get used to it, they start to shoot people down, and that's what they've been showing us with 15 eliminations. That's half, slightly more than half than the rest of our top 4 fraggers, with all of them settled with a 7. Xaviers, they doubled the number up.
And this is clearly not the SAT award, right? If you say Nox at the SAT award, okay, this is clear eliminations. Clear eliminations there. So eArena, 2 chicken dinners here today. 1 more map to go, that is Miramar. And we only have 1 region who have not scored the chicken dinner yet. That's going to be from Malaysia. So let's see if they can actually do this in the final map day. So Miramar, last match to wrap up day 1 coming soon.
But hey, if it's going to be an ego battle, Xaviers might want to close up the day because they got the chicken after eArena got it before. So they can repeat that once more to show, hey, we didn't start off today strong or flashy, but we'll finish in a very stylish way. Why not?
Yeah, why not, right? End with a bang, they say. And Xavier, well, by now, people would have forgotten that, they actually had 2 0-point rounds at the very beginning of the day, because it doesn't matter by now. 50 plus points, they're in a very comfortable spot. And we did talk about the benchmark is 60 plus points. And guess what? eArena is already at 61 points. Anything else after this is just a bonus for them to feel that that confidence, that cushion in the top 16 bracket.
Yeah, they can just, top it off just slightly a bit more, around 70-ish, to solidify their stature or their position when it comes to this week's Super Weekend as well. So, I mean, same goes for the Xaviers. We can say they're not that far off anyway. The top 5 team definitely shows that they are pretty dominant when it comes to week number 2. And don't forget, they still have another day, another 6 maps to go for the teams that did not make it to the 60-ish benchmark. But the teams that's closing now, at least they have to finish around 30s, right? So it's already half of the 60 benchmark. At least they give you a bit of safety and security to feel like, and have a bit of motivation to keep on going for the second day for these teams, especially in Group A versus C. So, except for SK, of course, they really need to get the number at least in the teens.
Yeah, scoring a chicken dinner will be important for them. If not, the next time they come back, big pressure, because the next time they come back, it will be involving them versus Group B. And we have a lot of amazing teams in Group B for this week. We have here we are here, right? You have Alter Ego in Group B. You have BTR in Group B. You have Sem9 in Group B. You have FaZe Clan in Group B. You have VOIN in Group B. This week, Group B is insane. So if you don't make the most out of Group A and C, then when Group B comes back, it's scary.
Not taking the credit away from the side of Group A and C, of course, but the heavy hitters that love to hunt people down, despite of, we don't care about our position ranking. We just want to hunt people down. Those people are in Group B. You don't want to face against them. Whatever you can take the points in A versus C, take it as much as you can, because you might regret it later, especially for the teams that barely make it to the 30th point for today.
Yeah, and Group B will be playing tomorrow and the day after. So, yep, that's going to be super interesting, right? And even Group B, you have teams that are kind of desperate for points to gain access into the Super Weekend, like Team Secret, for example. And we know that Team Secret is a team with a lot of experience. I wouldn't be surprised if they'll be able to bounce back as well. So, yeah. Group A and C, they have to make the best out of today, which is only down to the one last game after this.
That's a lot of pressure, man. Especially that teams like SK have to think, we have to go against Group B after this. It's not going to be easy, but you have to try. But at the same time, like you mentioned, some teams, they don't really actually get a good rank point. And some of them having none. This is the point where they start to, should contemplate whether they have to play safe or not. Because while they're trying to go with their aggressive plays and try to be productive by moving around, doesn't mean that it's actually a good outcome anyhow. It's all about the balance, right? When it comes to esports, like regional or world stage, you have to balance both. It's never going to be one side or the other.
Yeah. It can't be all the way aggressive, right? But what it can be is a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a breather here. So do not go anywhere. When we're back, it's going to be the final map. We'll see you guys in a bit.
long companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
And we're back after that short break because we gotta give the players some room to breathe after all the intense action in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. We're still here, don't worry. My name is CelcomDigi together with Choo Choo. What do you make of the day so far?
It has been action-packed, of course, but the entire day it has been non-stop fighting. Despite it's just stage 1, a lot of teams has been fallen through in stage 1 and never get fooled by the team that seems to be quiet at first, because they will come back and eat everybody up.
Yeah, the best example is Xavier, right? Like, Game 1, 0 points. Game 2, 0 points. And then all of a sudden, it's like kaboom, right? They kickstart the third game with the chicken dinner, and they never looked back from there. And even though they haven't scored like chicken dinners after that, but that's fine. They still gained like a lot of elimination points, lots of placement points as well, because they survived long enough. And now they're like 50 plus points. They're very close with our at least bare minimum threshold of 60-ish points. And they're knocking on the door to the number 1 spot even. So everything is falling in line now for Xavier.
Like I mentioned before, I feel like Xavier is not going all out yet, despite we saw those crazy plays just now. I mean, it's slightly just a bit revealing what they have for this season. But I feel like they're going to save it up slightly that for the last 3 maps, especially for the last map here. They're probably just going to get enough to go through this super weekend. And then they're gonna not show much, I hope, when it comes. I know it's weird, but I feel like they're gonna save it up for the grand finals. Because what I see from Xavier is what we definitely can see the change. It's not revealing too much, like I mentioned before. And all the fans out there, calm down. I saw a lot of you guys were questioning, why is this Xavier playing this way? This is like last season champion. Like, wing. Calm down. They will show you when it's needed, when they really need the push. But right now, they don't really need as much compared to the teams that didn't make it through the first Super Weekend. We talked about the teams like RRQ, GLUBLUG, HOMEBOIS, New Era, XSOPHERE, ETN, and Team Secret, KHOI. So majority of the teams that didn't make it the first Super Weekend, I think majority of them are actually playing right now.
Actually, yes. We counted like 5-6 teams that didn't make it into last week's Super Weekend. They're playing, and this is without Group B. So that's to take note as well, because Group B will be playing again tomorrow, and there's a whole bunch of high firepower, high fragging teams in Group B. And taking into consideration, right? Like even like if we talk about like Group B, okay, that one team, BTR, who is in Group B. They only scored 1 point in last week's Super Weekend. It's also a must-join mission for them to be in this week's Super Weekend, so they'll be as hungry as ever. So we know what sort of potential that a lot of these teams in Group B are at. It's definitely going to be a big challenge for those teams that have yet to score at least maybe the median of 30 points today to try to gain more when Group B comes in starting tomorrow.
That's kind of true. And also not just BIGETRON though, we talked about TODAK as well. It's pretty easy if you look at a simplified version of how to get into the grand finals. As long as a team can squeeze through both weekends, they're going to be fine. Even though they only scored 1 point in the first weekend, if they manage to get another 1 point in the weekend, it's already enough, because all the other teams, if it's still the same team that did not make it through this weekend, then they're still going to end up with a 0. So it's pretty straightforward. And we saw multiple seasons by now, Cloud. Despite a lot of teams during the league stage, they have a major head start points compared to all the teams at the very bottom. It's not impossible for them to catch up anyways. We've seen that happen so many times now.
Oh yeah. I mean, there have been a plot twist before. But of course, if you put yourself like 2 points and then there's another team that makes it through to only one super weekend and they perform very well, then obviously they'll be pushed down. But if like the math is very straightforward, if it's the same 16 teams from week 1 and the same 16 teams in week 2 moving into week 2, then we all know who's the 16 teams into the final. Then by then it's just a matter of like calculating what sort of starting points they will have in the finals. So it's just more of that. Yeah, but historical wise, there have not been like clean 16 week 1 moving to clean 16 week 2. But that's the fun, right? If you don't have that sort of clean move, then it's fun to see who will actually make it into the grand finals. If not, it'll be like, yeah, it's just based on points. So it's less exciting that way. So ideally, to see all the teams that didn't make it into week 1 move on to week 2, super weekend. Yeah, then the race is on.
I mean, if all the, how many teams are there? Like 8 teams, the same 8 teams that make it through this super weekend or this weekend, that's very questionable right now. Majority of these teams did not improve or don't have any progress at all, if that's going to be the case. Now, I don't mind like the teams don't really get into the grand finals, but we do want to see growth. We do want to see progress, and they're proving themselves that they can actually grow more between the short span amount of 2 weeks. I know 2 weeks is a very short timeline, but we saw that happen. The best example we can give right now is TNK. Last season, he was like always the one that we I wouldn't want to say joke because he's a really good player, but it's always questionable. Why would you want to put your name, Tony K, that it's like literally directly comparing yourself to Tony K, right? In the same tournament where your idol is actually playing. But at the same time, now we can see how much progress he actually been going through for the past few months. And he shows us, hey, maybe after this, he doesn't even need that Tony K idolization anymore. Maybe he just can be himself, and just people will start to see Tony K in a different light and put his name as an idol after this, because just how great and how much improvement he's been growing for the past few months. And all right now, we haven't seen that flashy plays that he can only be pulled by Tony K. We can see he got the idea right now about the timing, about how to get better in a team when it comes to getting the chemistry on in the same page for the teams.
Okay, but looks like we will be taking a short break. Right? Yeah, just to reconfirm that. Okay, so yeah, we'll be coming back to you again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys after this one.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. Strategic the one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk butik raya kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AAP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมเมนต์ครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah, tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP เคเนครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last ni, Diorang metal yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last ni tak jadi, biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
to death drop. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. Strategic.
Go!
The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk bikin arayan kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมเมนต์ครับเพราะว่าพี่ไผ่กวนดีครับผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah, sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang, tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSC saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah, tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP เคเนครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab dorang kalau dah last-last ni, dorang punya metal yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar dorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day,
Rocky out the open, the smoke. Strategic. Go! The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk bikin arayan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA มอแมนครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk Ryan lah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah, tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KN ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่ eArena จะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last ni, Diorang punya metal yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Thank you.
barbecue to death drop. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go well. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. Strategic. Go! The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk BIGETRON kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AAP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมเมนต์ครับเพราะว่าพี่ไผ่กวนดีครับผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Team kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang, tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah, tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP เคเนครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab dorang kalau dah last-last ni, dorang punya metal yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar dorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Well, it's been a while. We know that. Okay, now you see us. Okay, but then again, ladies and gentlemen, due to technical issues, match 6, which is the Miramar match, is moved to tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 7 instead of 6 matches. So more action for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Because of that, we'll be starting our stream a little bit early.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 hour early on, and we're going to have one match starting off with Miramar first, and then the rest will follow the usual schedule. We truly apologize and deeply apologize for the inconvenient costs, and hopefully everything goes smooth sailing afterwards. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning with us all the way tonight, and we hope to see you guys 1 hour early on tomorrow.
Yeah. So we will still have a lot more games tomorrow for you. That means a lot more action. And make sure you guys check in early to our live stream here, because we're going to see an extra match today. No more games, and that would include the 6 matches that will also have that will also feature a Group B. I know a lot of you have your favorite teams in Group B, and you can't wait to see that tomorrow. So make sure you check in from the very beginning, because we also want to know the grand finale of between Group A and C.
Tomorrow will be B and C, right?
Yeah.
So B and C for Group C, they're going to have to eat a lot tomorrow for the stamina as well, because it's going to be them. At least they're going to finish off in the day the rest of the week performance that needed for them to squeeze into the weekend. Hopefully they will push their stamina. It's going to be the endurance test for the side of B group, or not really B, it's C group, from the start till the very finish.
Well, if they can gain the momentum, then it might bring them a good result throughout the entire day. So they can take it as like, okay, we started off with the AB first. Okay, we get our momentum, and then we jump into when the Group B comes. Yeah, because Group B is the boss group. The boss teams will be coming, and that's why they need to do it.
I love it. You mentioned boss group, big boys, big guns. What else can we put with the B? So next time for us, maybe avoid Group B. If you can gain all the points when fighting against Group A or C, hopefully the teams that didn't make it through their double digit today, we do know there's only one team, they will try to redeem themselves tomorrow as well. Because tomorrow is going to be their determination. Whether they can get into the grand final or not is down to tomorrow for especially Group C.
Yeah, so if they are outside of top 16 by end of tomorrow, then, well, basically no other chances. But if they are somewhere in top 16, then there's still some form of chance, and they need to wait it out until the 3rd day before it's confirmed by then. But of course, some of these teams, we can see that they are pretty comfortable in the overalls based on the points collected today so far. And plus, they have one more extra game to play. Just looking at the groupings as well. Let's see if any of our top teams are in Group C. Xavier is in Group C. Yeah.
So at least eArena is in Group C as well. So these are actually the top 2 teams right now that's very, I would say, very perform when it comes to overall today. So they might actually set the benchmark and standard for teams coming up from Group B to know how much momentum they need to build up for their first day performance tomorrow.
Yeah, so at least they know that, okay, they're pretty okay. They're pretty okay, but we also have in Group C, we have CelcomDigi Esports, who last we checked, they were at the last place, so they have a lot of work to do. Other than that, ETA, New Era, they also have a lot of work to do. But of course, tomorrow they will have like 7 games to make it up for themselves. So that's one thing to consider. At least for Group A, they can kind of wait for to see what happens tomorrow and then come back on the day number 3. But that will be all for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, tomorrow we're starting a tad bit earlier, so make sure you check in to the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. That'll be all for us today at the Caster's Desk. My name is CelcomDigi, together with a wonderful Juju. We'll see you again tomorrow.